Meeting to order.
In accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 1046 et sec, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by advertising in the Star Ledger, El Nuevo Coquille, Haiti Progress, and Luz Americana newspapers, and by distribution to the administrative offices of the Newark Public Schools. A copy of the meeting notice was also forwarded to City Hall for posting. This is a regular advisory board meeting for Tuesday night, March 24, 2015.
Please rise for the flag salute. May we please have the roll call of board members?
Chair Hassan.
Present.
Mr. Jackson.
Present.
Mr. Lewis. Ms. Mattias.
Present.
Dr. McCreary. Vice Chair Perrello. Mr. Rashidi.
Present.
Mr. Sellinger.
Present.
Ms. Baskerville-Richardson.
Present.
Quorum is present, Mr. Chair.
At this time, we'll now have greetings and student recognitions coming from the principal of Eastside High School, Dr. Mario Santos.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, advisory board members. The Eastside High School has been on a journey of moving from a school from good to great. And in doing that, I'd like to highlight a couple of programs that we have here at Eastside High School. And so I have some of the staff members and some of my students here to present some of the things that are happening here at Eastside. So I'll begin with Mr. Veltri, who's going to talk about some of the unique programs we have in our athletic department. Mr. Veltri.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Santos, and thank you all for being here. I'm the head of athletics here at Eastside High School. I'm also the co-founder of the Hockey Newark program. That's for all boys and girls here in Newark, New Jersey, and I'm the head high school hockey coach at this school. With that being said, we are extremely proud that we offer the most athletic programs here in the city of Newark. We have every traditional sport you can think of, and we're mostly known usually for our basketball, soccer, and baseball teams. But what I want to talk about quickly are our non-traditional sports. Our non-traditional sports consist of sports such as hockey, lacrosse. We're looking to build a fencing program here next year. And it's not only for boys, we have boys and girls hockey and lacrosse programs. Now, why that's so dear to myself and Dr. Santos and all the administration here is because this is open to all the boys and girls throughout the city of Newark, because there's only one lacrosse team, there's only one hockey team. And it's about finding children's passion. Far too often, zip code dictates to children what sport they should play. Here at Eastside, we have a plethora of opportunities for them. And with that being said, I'd like to highlight two students that are very dear to my heart. The first being Malachi Clyburn, and I'll share a brief story with you about him. Received a phone call from his mom 4 years ago, and he was in the Hockey Newark program only for a couple months, and he was at a school that I will not mention. And Malachi was getting bullied every day at school because he was African American and he loved the sport of hockey. And he was not fitting in at this school at all. And the mom called me and said, "Coach, I have to do something with him. Malachi really doesn't speak to me much about anything, but I found him very upset. Can you please help me?" Went to the principal, spoke to Dr. Santos. Fast forward 4 years later, Malachi was our starting goaltender this year. He was one of the best goalies in the state, without a doubt the most valuable player on our team. And his story resonated with so many people that for the New York Devils-Rangers game, the Winter Classic last year at Yankee Stadium, the Devils honored him as the New Jersey Devils Fan of the Year for his bravery and courage. So Malachi Clyburn. Stand up, Malachi. Next is Austin Verissimo, who's also part of the Hockey Newark program. He's part of the soccer team here and the high school hockey team. Austin, academically, the kid's phenomenal. He's very impressive. In fact, when I speak to Austin, he makes me feel a little bit less intelligent. He's that bright. He was just selected by the National Hockey League as a recipient of the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship. He's the first child ever to receive it from New Jersey, and what that equates to is $24,000 over 4 years to any school he goes to. Tomorrow, the commissioner of the National Hockey League, Gary Bettman, will make this announcement in Washington, D.C., where our very own Austin will be highlighted and be a well-known name throughout this country, and North America, really. Austin Verissimo.
So Austin just got accepted to Cornell University, Boston College. What am I missing? He's on the waiting list for Princeton, Villanova, UCLA. So he's got some choices.
So I will close up with that, but thank you for being here, and with your permission, I'd like to send you that press release regarding Austin and Malachi so you can read about our students and the great things they're doing. Thank you for being here at Eastside. We're very proud to have you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos, for sharing that information. And to you young men, we wish you much success and continue the great work in representing North Public Schools and Eastside High School. Thank you very much for all that you do.
Thank you, sir. That's in the athletic field, but we're not done yet. We have a couple of little more highlights. And so, never lose an opportunity to showcase your amazing school. So thank you. I'm going to bring up one of my other vice principals, Mr. West, Mike West, who is going to talk about some of our early college program we have here at Eastside High School. Mr. West.
Thank you, Dr. Santos. Good evening, advisory board guests. Want to welcome everybody to Eastside High School. That was certainly a tough act to follow, Mr. Veltri and the hockey players. I want to talk about our early college program here at Eastside High School. We are the only school in the city that currently offers an opportunity for our students to earn an associate's degree by the time they graduate from high school. So we are in the second year of that, which is huge if you think about that. So by the time they graduate, I brought Sam Pereira, who is one of our outstanding young men. Sam, go ahead, stand up. By the time Sam and his colleagues graduate from high school in June, they will have earned 64 college credits from Essex County College. So in a sense, they will be entering next year college as a junior. So Sam has been accepted to Rutgers Newark as well as Montclair State. So we're really excited about that. So congratulations. We are also in the candidacy phase of the International Baccalaureate program. So we are expecting to be a full IB school in the fall of 2015. We will be the only comprehensive high school in Newark with that distinction. So we're very proud of that here at Eastside High School. So again, thank you for your time and have a great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. West. Just to make a correction real quickly, is that we're the only comprehensive high school to offer the early college program and have students actually graduated with an associate's degree that are currently at the university as juniors. And so for that, I'm going to bring up, besides offering the opportunities for students for early college, we have 1,700 students here at Eastside High School, and we try to have programs for all students. And so for those at-risk students that we have at Eastside, we're providing interventions, effective interventions for them to be able to not only get a high school diploma, but be ready for careers in college. And with that, I bring up Dr. Sam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Santos. Thank you, board members, for being here. Again, my name is Sun Sam. I'm the CIO here in charge of innovative schooling. One of the programs that I oversee is the Big Picture Learning Model, international model that's being implemented. We have one housed here for the last 6 years here at Eastside. Every year we continue to keep getting better, and the core of our philosophy is helping young people pursue their passions through real-world experiences. We have one example here. I'm going to introduce him real quick. One of our students that came in as Big Picture, now is a senior, about to graduate, and just to speak a little bit about his adventure as a Big Picture student, please give a warm round of applause for Mr. Anthony Rodriguez.
Hello, I'm Anthony Rodriguez. I came in here as a freshman, and I've been in the Big Picture Eastside program since. I love my school, especially my Big Picture classes, because I get the opportunity to spend time with teachers who have the chance to actually spend time with you. You have 15 students in one class, and you get really personalized sense of learning. You get to actually spend time with teachers who care about you and get to spend time with you. So because of this, you're actually able to learn and actually talk to your teachers. When there's something wrong, your teachers come and they come to you, hey, what was wrong with you today? You seem a bit off. And that actually makes a huge difference in my schooling, because they come up to me and they're able to talk to me about what I missed that day. So the second part of my schooling that I really love is the internship piece. The internship piece allows me to go out and learn something that I care about and bring it back with me to the school. One of the things that I was able to do was I was able to go out on an internship in the Newark Museum with the Young Makers program. And they allowed me to go out and learn what I loved. I love to make things. I love to build things with my hands and design things. Right now, I'm currently competing in a competition. I'm trying to win a scholarship by designing this thing I call the dinner table. It's pretty much a control for your house, and it's something that I really love to do, and they're giving me a chance to do it.
Just an added note, Anthony is going to NJIT next year for industrial design.
Okay, one more thing. Last but not least, Eastside High School, our signature academy is our new media studies, and so we're going to close out this presentation, and thank you again for your patience, with Mr. Tehran presenting our new media program and showcasing the talents of our students. This was created, everything that's in the new media program is created by the students, it's thought by the students. We are actually still in the middle of making an actual movie, but here's just a preview of what happens at Eastside High School in our new media program. Mr. Tehran.
Minute film created by our students talking about what we do here at Eastside High School.
Before you do it, could we exit so that we can see?
Because I don't want the light going in your eyes, turn around and look right over you.
Okay. Yeah, we want to come down so that we can see it from the board members, and we can exit.
That's even better.
Welcome to Newark, New Jersey's Eastside High School. I'm Ogechiku Annabelle Mazago, and today we're in Studio 103, our film, animation, polymedia art, and makerspace. Today we're going to talk about how students and faculty of our new Media Studies Magnet program integrate technology into daily classroom practices and long-term challenge-based projects. Today we're going to be joined by N1G3L, whom we lovingly call Nigel. Hi, Nigel.
Hello.
Nigel is the first robotic American to attend our school. Nigel, why don't you tell some of the people here what we do in the studio?
I believe that the difference here at Eastside High School is that it is not necessarily teaching technology. We see technology as a vehicle for learning. These digital tools are just that, tools.
That's right, Nigel. We use them in project-based learning where they help us create, and when we're finished, we're able to share what we made with the world.
They are just very fancy and complicated paintbrushes.
And remember, it's the artist, not the paintbrush. It's the surfer, not the board.
It's the code, not the fully integrated multi-pole processor.
We're doing a lot of telling. Let's start showing.
We use technology to make a difference in our neighborhood.
We create documentaries and public service announcements that raise awareness of both social and environmental justice issues in our community.
We reach out to the local government and give voice to the concerns of the residents of our city.
We put a spin on your typical high school biology project.
Instead of making a poster or styrofoam model of cellular structures,
We created professional level 3D animation so that we can share with our classmates and alumni.
by doing this, we are not only learning science, but because of the dense geometrical objects and velocity curves we create,
We're learning math without even realizing it.
Hi, I'm Jotaro, alumni of Eastside High School. Former students come back every day after school to pass on what they have learned.
It was important for John to teach me computer animation because without it, I wouldn't be able to do the things I can do today. It's my job to spread the knowledge around.
There's so many talented people in the studio that I can use as resources when learning all the new media applications. And we're going to bring in elementary school kids so we can teach them as well.
I guess my job is to stay out of the way. And don't tell them. I think they're better than me at this.
Here's the project we're most excited about. For the past few years, we've been working on a feature-length adventure film led by our alumni mentor. When this film comes out, it's gonna be the cat's pajamas. Here's a sneak peek.
We have loads more to show you, but our 3 minutes are almost up. So thanks for dropping by, everybody.
This film has been brought to you by students of Eastside High School's New Media Studies acting program.
To Mr. Santos and Dr. Santos and the leadership team here at Eastside High School, you all are doing a wonderful job. And again, to you students of Eastside High School, continue to do great work and represent NPS and Eastside High School proudly. Thank you. We will now have approval of board minutes from the January 20th business meeting, the January 22nd board retreat, and the February 17th board business meeting. Floor is now open for a motion.
Motion.
Mr. Matthias. Second by Mr. Jackson. This is a motion to vote on all as a package? We're voting them all? Where we are? What's the motion?
Yes. Discussion of the board.
To vote them all as a package.
Vote them as a package. Okay, so there's a motion to vote on all the minutes as a package, moved by Ms. Matthias, second by Mr. Jackson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstain? Okay, we're going to vote on them as a package. Motion carries. Is there a motion to vote on the minutes?
Motion.
Mr. Jackson?
Second.
Second Vice Chair Perillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries. All minutes approved.
We will now have parent recognition, and this will be presented by Board Member Khalil Sabu Rashidi.
Good evening, everyone. Each day throughout the district, hundreds of parents are making a difference in our schools, supporting their children's academic successes by volunteering. The Newark Public Schools Advisory Board wishes to recognize and express its appreciation to those parents and community members who devote their time, share their talents and resources with children, staff, and administrators to improve the quality of our schools and the lives of children. Each month, this board will continue to recognize parents and guardians who support our district-wide parental involvement program, consisting of activities focusing on parenting, communicating, volunteering, learning at home, decision-making, and community involvement. Nominated by their child's school administration, we are proud to announce tonight's award recipients. Our first honoree is Maribel Lopez, Ann Street School. Mrs. Lopez has 2 children at Ann Street School, a 7th grader and a 3rd grader. Mrs. Lopez takes the initiative to volunteer her time without hesitation. She has made Ann Street's events a success based on the number of parent members in the home and school association, as well as the number of parents attending our events. Mrs. Lopez consistently and reliably assists us by reaching out to our parents and community about our activities and functions. All of our children benefit from her work ethic and generous spirit of giving her time, talent, and treasure toward our school. Mrs. Maribel Lopez. Our next honoree is Ms. Kateria Quinones, Quitman Street School. Mrs. Quinones, is a very dedicated parent at Quitman Street School. She assists in several classrooms and is in charge of the Healthy Youth Fresh Fruit program. She also has become the school translator. A great member of our volunteer team, Ms. Quinones is also the very proud parent of one of our 8th grade scholars. And our third honoree is Ms. Beatriz Montemuino, Eastside High School. Mrs. Montemuino is the proud parent of a 9th grader. She has attended numerous school functions and plays an active role in her daughter's experience at Eastside High School. We are especially thankful to have her relentless energy and desire to strengthen relationships between all stakeholders. Could we give all of our honorees a great round of applause, please?
We will now have the report of our student representative.
Good evening, Chair, Board, and community members. On March 21st of 2015, there was the Newark Youth Council hosted the Newark Youth Summit. There was roughly about 200 students in this summit. They had workshops, writing workshops, different careers for each student in the city of Newark. All high schools were able to attend 9 through 12. Special thanks goes out to our mayor, Mr. Baraka, and Sister Soldier for her special appearance and her wonderful workshop that took place. Also, the Youth Media Symposium opened up the Second College Success Center over on Clinton Street in the Leaders for Life building. Please stop by if any student needs help with college. Issues and concerns from the NPS students and community. Westside High School low graduation. There will only be 81 students graduating from Westside High School. Barringer High School has roughly about 200 seniors, and only 35 of those seniors are able to graduate. 3 can only graduate by going to summer school. The rest have to repeat their senior year. And the last concern from the community was bullying and robbing of students. As we know, the bullying issue in our North Public Schools has been a recent and terrible incident, and the robbing of our students in the South Ward, especially, where students are getting hurt by the people who are doing these crimes. These two issues really do need to be addressed, as well as the graduation rates for these two schools, and that will end my report.
Thank you. Now moving on to agenda item number 8.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda. Instead of the report of the advisory board chair, if we can add the district assessment.
Is there a second?
Second. Is it Ms. Rashidi?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor of amending the agenda?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Okay, motion carries.
Board members, if we could take a seat down, and committee chairpersons or any representatives for the committees. I know we don't have the operations chairperson, but if Mr. Jackson, if you could fill in to cover those points during the assessment, that would be appreciated. Yeah, there's a PowerPoint that's already sent. So board members, we could just exit now and have a seat. If you choose, board members can sit up on the dais if they like to, but those who present should come down. Testing. Community members, we will be starting the presentation momentarily. Just waiting for our team to get the presentation up for us. I have one for you though.
Yeah, I think we have to read this real fast.
Take. Because I'll be going. Take the rest of the Nico's going to be. Let's see the other. Okay.
Now, operations, what page is that on? Because I didn't.
Page 31. If we could have the lights dimmed down, please. You guys ready? Community members, we're now ready to begin the presentation. If we could please have order so that all of the community members can actually hear what's being discussed. Thank you. Rob, go to the next slide. So, in our role as advisory board members, one key responsibility that we have is to conduct on a regular basis, but no less than twice each year, an assessment of the district's progress, which should be submitted directly to the state district superintendent. Copies of this report shall also be forwarded to the commissioner and the State Board of Education. The State District Superintendent shall make such clerical and other resources available as are necessary for the effective operation of the Board of Education. In the month of December, A letter was sent to state-appointed District Superintendent Cammie Anderson requesting that specific information be provided to board members so that we could, in fact, conduct this district assessment. The assessment covers the performance of the Newark Public Schools in the 5 key areas from the New Jersey Quality Single Accountability Continuum and makes recommendations for strategic actions with program and instruction as the highest priority area because of the direct connection to student achievement. Next slide, please. Our board utilized district data sources from school years 2011 to 2014. We've analyzed each area with the goal of gaining a broad perspective of the performance of Newark Public Schools. In addition to our statutory obligations, we view this initial district assessment as a baseline for establishing the board's governance profile, a demonstration of our ability to govern Newark Public Schools, and a responsibility that stems from the transition plan that was drafted and adopted by this board in the summer of 2014. And this transition plan was the first step towards our board regaining local governance in the area of fiscal management. During the 2014-2015 academic year, the board developed a strategic governance plan, which has served as a blueprint for how our board intends to function and build internal governance capacities. The strategic governance plan is currently available on the district website, as well as this assessment that we're going to be covering this evening is available for community members to download at their will. Next slide, please. On this slide, we have a brief overview of what our governance framework is. The strategic governance plan and the district assessment will help highlight areas of opportunity and drive future decision-making on district priorities. Furthermore, the district assessment will guide how the board recommends solution-based plans to improve Newark Public Schools over the long term. So if we look here, we see we have our strategic governance plan. We also have our assessment of our district progress, coupled with our board's operations manual and our board development to training plan. We've utilized these documents throughout this year to further develop our board and to move us forward in the direction of building board capacity and regaining local control, which we know is obviously critical not only to our board, but for every community member here in the city of Newark. Under our strategic governance plan, we look to tackle the 5 key areas that are covered under the NJQ Act. Those areas are program and instruction, governance, operations, fiscal management, and personnel. And we also see that under our assessment of the district progress, we are taking a deep dive into the area of fiscal management, personnel, enrollment, school climate. Next slide, please. We'll start off this evening with going into our assessment into the area of program and instruction. As we go into the various areas of the assessment, each committee chairperson will actually lead the discussion and make the presentations for their respective areas. So at this point in time, I'd like to call up Mrs. Daniqua Matias to lead the discussion regarding our assessment in the area of program and instruction.
Good evening. The mission of the Program and Instruction Committee is to provide process, guidance, standards, and oversight of the curriculum approval process and consider matters related to pre-K through 12 curriculum and instruction, and to strengthen student achievement by supporting the district's efforts in ensuring all NPS students are college ready, ultimately increasing high school graduation rates and decreasing the dropout rate among NPS students. The district assessment is organized into findings and guiding questions and/or recommendations. These guiding questions will be used to prompt a deeper dive by the district into the board findings. So under program and instruction, we had 5 key findings. Finding 1 was in the area of K-8 performance data. Oh, I'm sorry, next slide, thank you. K-8 performance data. And as Mr. Hassan stated earlier, we looked from school year 2011-2012 to school year 2013 to 2014. During that that time period, we saw that 25 elementary schools had come offline, been consolidated. launched as charter schools, or undergone a renewed transformation. In those new school and also new school models have been adopted at the middle school level. American History High School, which now runs from 6th grade to 12th grade. Arts High School, which now runs from 7th grade to 12th grade. Eagle Academy for Young Men, which serves grades 6 through 9. Girls Academy of Newark, which serves grades 6 through 9. Newark Early College High School, which serves grades 7 through 12. And Science Park High School, which is actually an IB school, which serves grades 7 through 12. We also had new curricular adoptions in K-8 language arts literacy and mathematics. So under the current 16 renewed school, yes, thank you. Under the current, no, I think you need to go back one. Thank you. Under the current 16 renewed schools have an extended daily learning time, which is extended by 60 to 90 minutes. They have flexible staffing agreements, and they've made significant investments in technology and infrastructure. During the September 12, 2014 General Board meeting, the district reported that in school year 2013 to 2014, only 3, which is 2% of the K-8 renewed schools, had an average LAL achievement gain of 5 points or more, and 11, 65% of the renewed schools, had an average math achievement gain of 5 points or more. Of the original 8 renewed schools, 7 have retained leadership and staff. Looking at the performance data, we see that there's a district-wide upward trend in proficiency and advanced proficiency in grades 6 to 8. However, proficiency scores were not sustained in school year 2013-14. Grade 7 NJS proficiency in math is the only area that had consistent growth year to year during the last 3 testing cycles. Next slide, please. And this slide is just a comparison, a stack chart of the NJS, LAL, and math scores for 2013 and 2014. And we can see that only 36% of our children score in the proficient area in language arts literacy, and 33% of our children scored in the proficient area in math. So the guiding questions we form from this data is, why are the year-to-year gains in grades 3 to 5 flat or declining? Has the new curricular adoption at the lower grades better prepared students for grade level proficiency? Why is there such a large disparity in advanced proficiency between LAL and math? How is the district meeting the needs of students who are performing above grade level expectations? How will the district leverage dollars and resources to deliver on the promise of providing adult education, which was one of the ingredients of renewed schools? Recommendations that we have. The district needs to outline a plan for addressing the anticipated change in proficiency rates given the adoption of PARCC testing. The district should perform a deep dive analysis of which LAL techniques are successful or unsuccessful, and then transfer that knowledge to other renewed schools and schools throughout the district. And the district should work with the New Jersey Department of Education to timeline the delivery of student performance results for state assessments. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Finding 2 was in high school performance data and college readiness. In school year 11-12, the district began administering a series of assessments designed by American College Testing, otherwise known as ACT. The ACT is a college readiness assessment that is used to identify content areas where students need to improve, as well as identify gaps in the curriculum that may prevent students in reaching their goals for college and career success. Initial results of the ACT revealed that 19% of testers are on track to be college ready in English, 17% are on track in math, 12% in reading, and 4% in science. And that was as of the 11-12 school year. What this means is that as of right now, our children are not prepared to enter college or career ready to succeed. Next slide, please. Current district ACT performance shows slight growth in each of the 4 content areas, but NPS students have not met the national benchmarks for the ACT since being implemented in the district. Subsequently, only 42% of the cohort graduated through the HESPA pathway in 2013, which is the traditional graduation route. Although the district has increased the HESPA graduation by 11% since 2011, there was only a 3% increase from 2012 to 2013. According to the New Jersey Department of Education, the cohort graduation rate for Newark Public Schools was 68.63% in 2014. The district administration was unable to provide a breakout of the 2014 cohort graduation rate to compare the percentage of students who graduated through HESPA and through the non-traditional pathway. Across district high schools, 11th grade HESPA pass rates in math dropped to 53% in 2013-14 school year. This score represents a 19.2% decline across all Newark Public Schools. HESPA pass rates for language arts also dropped 6.6% in the same year. Data shows that the math and LAL scores obtained during the 12-13 school year were not sustained in the subsequent school year. Next slide, please. Thank you. Excuse me. So recommendations that we had based off of the HESPA assessment was that the district should do a deep dive into analysis on the HESPA pathway to understand the correlations between the ACT assessment, student preparation, and etc. The district should explore why HESPA pass rates have dropped and where feeder systems are or are not working. The district should substantially upgrade and monitor its student mobility, dropout, transfer data because of the obvious gaps in accounting and accuracy. Next slide, please. Finding 3 was in the Quality Single Accountability Continuum, otherwise known as QSAC. As of the June 2014 interim review, Newark Public Schools scored 33% on the Quality Single Accountability Continuum program and instruction subscale. This score is well below the state required 80% benchmark. In 2012-13, the New Jersey Department of Education began implementation of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act Flexibility Waiver. Pursuant to the waiver, schools and districts will no longer be held to performance targets that reach 100% proficiency by 2014. This accountability system has been replaced with annual measurable objectives, otherwise known as AMOs. The AMOs are calculated for each school by the NJDOE based on the goal of closing the achievement gap in annual equal increments by half within 6 years. The district failed to meet the AMO in language arts, literacy, and mathematics for any of its schools, resulting in a loss of 6 points on New Jersey QSAT. Next slide. Recommendations. The district should identify how resources, human, curricular, etc., will be allocated to specifically address 1, and particularly in light of expected budgetary constraints. The district should provide a comparison of district schools versus charter schools for all measures of academic progress. The district should clarify its strategy on AMOs and regularly present progress on AMOs across the grade levels and for each school. The district should lay out a specific plan for addressing the gap between the QSAC program and instruction subscale and the 80% benchmark. Next slide. Finding 4 is on student attendance. The district launched an aggressive attendance improvement campaign themed Attend Today, Achieve Tomorrow in the fall of 2013. The initiative was launched following the policy decision to decentralize the attendance functions to empower school-based teams with management of attendance policies and practices. When reviewing the student attendance percentages from the last 3 years, it can be inferred that the decline in student attendance is a direct result of the elimination of attendance counselors. However, a 10-year data trend shows that districts' worst student attendance performance occurred in 4 consecutive school years, 2006 through 2009. As a result of the initiative, our board and superintendent readopted an amended attendance policy in November 2013. The attendance policy highlights the role of student support teams at the school level to help manage student attendance. The policy also highlights the steps that should be taken when a student is reported to have persistent absences. So looking at the data, we can see that in 2005, we had a very high rate of attendance, 91%. In 2006, there was a significant drop to 81%. And then from 2007 to current, it all leveled out or averaged around 90%. So recommendations from our board. The board should offer revisions to the district's current attendance policy to establish clear guidelines for the designations of school-based staff responsible for student attendance and quarterly reporting of the number of attendance interventions and pupil action plans implemented within each assistant superintendent network. The district should provide professional development specific to student attendance improvement for members of each school student support team. The professional development should occur during the summer and first quarter of each school year. The district should develop a community-based attendance task force by May 2015 to study the issues surrounding chronic and severe absenteeism in the district and provide a solutions-based action plan that can be implemented by the district in the fall of 2015. Next slide, please. Finding 5 is on universal enrollment, otherwise known as One NORC. The state-appointed superintendent implemented a citywide universal enrollment process system as a component of the One NORC plan for the 14-15 school year. The universal enrollment process required collaboration from city charter schools and allowed for a centralized enrollment process of all NORC schools for the first time in the district's history. While the existence of a universal enrollment process provides families with the option to pursue school placements for their children outside of their neighborhood schools, it is clear that an imbalance or form of inequality still exists because not all families will receive placement in a high-performing school. Our board does not view universal enrollment as the fix for improving the quality of education for all children in Newark. The pathway to educational equality must be one that consists of having the same system-wide accountability for all public education institutions operating in Newark and the sharing of best practices among these institutions. Our board has neither seen the implementations of actions, so there's a piece before this. The culmination of each phase in the work of the Policy Design Committee resulted in the completion of the Memorandum of Understanding signed by all of Newark's charter schools. Most importantly, for charter school partners that participated in universal enrollment, the MOU calls for a common accountability system that is fair, transparent, and prioritizes student outcomes. It also highlights the intent to drive deeper collaboration between the charter schools and NPS to share and implement best practices, and there was to be a focus on increasing the collaboration between NPS and participating charter schools on increasing access for Newark's neediest students. Our board has neither seen the implementation of actions that truly support these tenets of the MOU, nor have we seen the qualitative data that measures the growth of Newark students across all cities. The universal enrollment process has provided strong data points that should be used to develop school-specific action plans to drive student achievement. When reviewing the school selections of family for their first year of the universal enrollment process, we have concluded the following. A ranking of the top 12 K-8 school families selected as their #1 choice revealed that no Newark public schools located in the South or West wards were listed in this ranking. The ranking of the top 12 K-8 families selected as their number one choice was evenly split between charter schools and Newark Public Schools. The rankings for K-8 schools also indicate that Luis Munoz Marin was the only district renewed school selected as a top choice for families. A ranking of the top 12 high schools families selected as their number one choice revealed that NPS high schools were the preferred choice for parents and families. Charter schools held 3 of the top 12 slots in this ranking. Recommendations. The District and Board of Education, in conjunction with charter partners, should host a citywide education conference for all Newark teachers. The current focus for collaboration is geared towards system accountability and is missing the inclusion and voice of the most important element, frontline employees, our educators. The district should analyze the academic return on investment for all initiatives that have been implemented in Renew Schools to determine the efficacy of such implementation and practices. Results from this analysis will determine the effectiveness of the district's Renew practices and will determine what changes should be made at these respective schools. An analysis and forecast of the universal enrollment should be undertaken as soon as possible. As charter school enrollment increases and the district solutions for school turnaround seem to lag in performance, universal enrollment is likely to continue pushing families away from NPS schools, further exacerbating the district's financial challenges. This analysis and forecast should concentrate on the choice and preference systems and then recommend ways to greatly improve the balance in universal enrollment. The district should implement a robust parent and community satisfaction survey to capture how effectively the universal enrollment system is working. This ends the review for program and instruction. I thank you so much for your time.
All right, good evening. I'm going to be discussing the findings and the recommendations of the Personnel Policy Committee. The mission of the Personnel Committee is to drive efficiency and proper alignment of Newark Public Schools' organizational structure and strategic goals, and to enact sound HR practices that will strengthen the culture of the Newark Public Schools workforce. The committee is also charged with ensuring that actual spending for salaries is in line with yearly budgets and projections. Other goals include annual reviews of district personnel policies, recommending new policies and/or amendments to existing policies to ensure compliance with statutes and long-term strategy of Newark Public Schools, and increasing engagement and support from Newark Board of Education members regarding critical legislation, both state and federal, that impacts student achievement and the operations of public school districts. Okay, our findings. Our Personnel Policy Committee requested performance evaluations of all central office employees from 2011 through 2014. The district was unable to provide this information and advised that this information is not systematically collected. Managers are expected to conduct performance evaluations. However, there's no evidence or data to show compliance. The district advised committee members that the creation of a new evaluation system is underway and will be implemented by spring 2015. Our board is concerned with the district's current practice of increasing central office employee salaries without a proper performance evaluation process system in place. We also question whether managers and supervisors are aptly trained to monitor performance, regularly recommend improvement plans, make decisions on retaining or terminating employees, etc. Providing salary increases without formal evaluations appears to be random and subjective without a formal method of support or justification. Our recommendations: develop a policy that outlines processes and timelines for department heads and managers to conduct annual mid-year and year-end performance reviews for employees within their respective business units. Number 2, provide the board with the framework and structure of the evaluation process, how performance objectives are set, ratings, categories, and structures, what remedies or reward systems are being instituted, etc. Number 3, ensure that new personnel evaluation system is aligned with other districts under New Jersey state intervention. And number 4, correlate the proposed evaluation system with the existing and/or proposed district compensation system. Next slide. The Employees Without Placement Sites Pool, EWPS. The EWPS has been in effect since 2011 and has increased from 81 employees in 2011 through 12 at an annualized cost of $6,396,288 to 225 employees in 2012 through 13 at a cost of $18,655,232 to 271 employees in 2013 through 14 at $22,573,340. These sharp increases in both EWPS population and costs means that the district is financially exposed to a practice which has not produced its intended outcomes. As of this assessment, the average length of time in the pool is 1.5 years. The state district superintendent has committed to a strategy of no forced placements to fill vacancies in schools, and while the board understands the decision to avoid forced placements, there is a clear fiduciary responsibility to balance this policy against operational efficiency. The EWPS statistics indicate that resources are being diverted away from the educational mission, and there are increased carrying costs to pay personnel who are inactive and who may not have been effectively evaluated. The board is very interested in exploring viable options to this practice. Our recommendations: conduct a census to qualify which teachers in EWPS have seniority, credentials, and qualifications or certifications to be placed back in classrooms, and fill existing teacher vacancies with staff from EWPS pool by August 1, 2015. Number 2, develop and implement enhanced professional development plan for employees in EWPS pool to develop and sharpen teaching skills. And number 3, develop plans to release personnel from EWPS if their qualifications or credentials do not meet expected performance standards. Next. Teacher retention. The teacher turnover and retention rate was 89% in 2011 through 12, 88% in 2012 through 13, and 85% in 2013 through 14. We believe that these retention rates are favorable, and the board encourages the district to continue employing these retention methods, assuming that the quality of instruction is superior and that academic results will improve. Our recommendations: the district should report on the overall performance of retained teachers in terms of student academic outcomes by academic content, subject matter, by school, and by grade. Number 2, in combination with examining the EWPS pool, the district should revise its hiring and termination practices in order to reduce the cost of turnover and replacement. And number 3, the district should examine its practices and costs for substitute teachers, which would expectedly increase as fewer permanent teachers are retained. Next slide. On merit pay teacher effectiveness. Newark Public Schools has transformed the way it rewards high-performing educators by providing merit pay bonuses. The district paid out $1.3 million to 190 teachers who were rated highly effective during the first year of merit pay implementation, 2012 through 13. That number increased to 206 with an associated merit payout of $1.4 million in 2013 through 14. Approximately 29 Newark Public Schools had 0 teachers rated highly effective in 2012 through 13, and 62% of these schools had 0 teachers rated as highly effective in 2013 through 14. We appreciate the fact that there is a likely direct correlation between teacher effectiveness and student achievement, but the effectiveness of merit pay in Newark has not yet been determined. The district's strategic goal is to build capacity and make more high-quality seats available for Newark students. There is a serious need to understand the lack of growth and development among the teaching staff at schools which have no highly effective teachers over multiple consecutive years. We have an immediate concern that recruiting efforts for these schools may not be effective, and the district may be unable to recruit high-quality instructional staff members, some of whom are likely to be recruited by Newark's charter schools. Other concerns are the lack of professional development and the inability of school leadership to create a culture of excellence. Barringer's STEAM Academy, George Washington Carver School, 13th Avenue School, and McKinley Elementary School are among those schools that have had 0 teachers rated as highly effective in consecutive years. Each of these schools has been the topic of public comment from community members during board meetings. Our recommendations: the district should review the hiring and retention practices for teachers and the entire instructional staff and correlate hiring trends to performance ratings. Number 2, the district should present its plan for professional development with particular attention paid to teachers who have had subpar performance ratings. And number 3, for schools that have had consecutive years of low or no highly effective teachers, the district should present a plan to reconfigure staffing or change school leadership practices. Our next finding: use of substitute teachers. An analysis of substitutes use showed that yearly use of substitute teachers has declined by 27.1% from 2011 through 2014. 1,055 substitutes were used in 2011 through 12, with the average number of working days being 80 per sub. In 2011, each substitute was providing an average 520 hours of instructional time to Newark students, equating to 548,600 hours of total instructional time being provided by substitute teachers. The district reduced the amount of instructional time provided by substitute teachers by 21.7%, but the average number of teaching days per substitute increased from 80 to 86 during the same period, and the average substitute provided 559 hours of instruction time in the 2013 through 14 compared to 520 hours in 2011 through 2012. Substitute hours for programs such as summer school were included in the analysis. Our recommendations: although progress has been made in reducing the absolute number of substitute teachers, the district does not seem to have a coordinated plan to permanently address how substitutes are deployed. The district must develop a cost-effective plan to systematically reduce the use of substitutes or to convert substitutes to permanent status. And our second recommendation is the district must develop and implement internal controls to reduce the spending for substitute teachers by principals. Our teacher attendance finding: an analysis of teacher attendance by schools for 2012 through 13 and 2013 through 14 for more than 18 days range from 0% to 67%. According to district standards, 18 or more absences by a teacher in one school year constitutes chronic absence. However, NPS teachers are given 18 sick days per year in accordance with the current collective bargaining agreement between NPS and the Newark Teachers Union. Overall, the board believes these numbers were high and would like to see them average no higher than 20%. Our recommendations: as related to the substitute teacher analysis, the district should develop an analysis of teacher attendance by school and by grade in order to understand what factors are creating regular absences. Number 2, the district might investigate how to reward or incentivize teachers who are regularly in attendance and study how their high attendance may correlate to high academic performance. And number 3, the district should use upcoming contract negotiations as an opportunity to address teacher attendance. So concludes the findings and recommendations of the Personnel Policy Committee. Thank you.
I know there's a lot of information that's being presented tonight, so I will try to get through the finance information as quickly as possible. The mission of the Finance Committee is to ensure the financial solvency of Newark Public Schools so that it provides quality academic programs to its students and their families to strengthen the fiscal position of Newark Public Schools so that funds are used more effectively and efficiently at central office and in schools, and to guide the prioritization of spending to directly impact student achievement and operational efficiency. As we can see from the slides that are before us right now, going back to fiscal year 2010, the district's charter school payment was $74.5 million. And entering into fiscal year 2015, we've seen the payments to charter schools actually increased to $213.9 million. The chart at the bottom also shows the growth in charter school enrollment and the decline that we've seen year over year in the enrollment of Newark Public Schools. Until recent years, Newark Public Schools has had a monopoly on public education in the city of Newark. But the emergence of charter schools has created a competitive environment for market share amongst these providers. In fact, Newark was noted as the third highest rated district in the recent Brookings Education Choice and Competition Index. Newark has received an A- grade for its range of choices for school children from grades K through 12. While we acknowledge that the expansion and growth of charter schools has provided a broader variety of school options, we also know that this variety comes at a steep price with declining enrollment in traditional schools, which means enormous financial pressure on the district, and this is also the root cause for employee layoffs and reductions in per diem pupil resources over the last few years. Our board believes that there is a correlation between the decreased enrollment, the acceleration in the number of charter schools, and the overall quality of education across the city. In aggregate, charter school payments from 2010 to 2015 total $818.17 million, and it appears that those payments will continue to increase at a rate that surpasses the NPS's administration's ability to reduce current expenditures. The $213.9 million charter payment made by NPS during the 2014-2015 school year accounts for 23% of the total operating budget for the organization. As a result, NPS has become a conduit for the passage of funds from the state to district charter schools. The district has embarked upon a mission to drive system accountability between district and charter schools. Since approximately 82% of the district revenues come from state aid, which is based upon student enrollment, then the absence of a clear plan of action to make our schools more competitive and appealing will mean further revenue loss to Newark Public Schools. We are also concerned that the district's success strategic goals cannot be fully implemented because of the impact of enrollment declines. Our recommendations are: the One Newark plan and other strategies need to be updated to reflect the clear adverse impacts of charter school growth on the district's budget. The district should present how it is monitoring charter schools for performance, compliance, etc. And the district and board should collectively weigh in on the granting of new charters in Newark. Next slide. In this graph here, this chart, we're gonna focus on the district's overspending. The Newark Public Schools District has the largest operating budget and student population of any school district in New Jersey. Newark Public Schools is an avid district and receives approximately $720 million of funding in yearly state aid to operate. Over the last 3 years, state funding has averaged 81.8% of the operating budget, and local revenue sources such as local tax levy and tuition has accounted for 14.8% of the operating budget. Significantly, the district has experienced an overrun of its yearly budget in each of the last 3 years, largely attributed to the cost of salaries and benefits and the impact of increasing charter school payments. Newark Public Schools has overspent an average of $26.58 million on salaries and benefits in each of the fiscal years from 2012 to 2014. And as we can see in the chart before us, each of these years that's indicated, to the left you will see what the original budget for NPS was, and to the right of that you can see what the actual spending for the district was. Next slide. On this slide, we also have an opportunity to look at the administrative costs for Newark Public Schools. And we show the same trend. On the left side, we see total administrative costs, and on the right side, we see administrative salaries and benefits. In both of these categories, we see a steep increase year over year in regards to the spending here at Newark Public Schools. When we look and we see these trends, obviously this is a concern not only to our board, but to our community members as well, because more spending in these areas means that less money is being pushed down to our classrooms for educational purposes. Next slide, please. Okay. Could you go back one? I think we might have. All right. I don't think we added the recommendation, but I'll read them here. The recommendations we have The district should implement internal controls to ensure overspending is detected early, both at the school and central office levels. And the district should strengthen budget to actual reporting methods and deliver such reporting to the board on a quarterly basis. Next slide, please. Finding number 14 speaks to accounting practices and GAAP standards. GAAP standards are known as general accounting. Was it? Oh, sorry. But all right, NPS has maintained an impeccable track record for compliance with the GAAP standards and accounting practices. And NPS has been awarded the Meritorious Budgeted Award for 6 consecutive years, dating back to 2008. The district has also received the Certificate of Excellence for Financial Reporting from the Association of School Business Officials in 2014, and this was the 10th consecutive year that the district has received this distinguished award. Our board looks to see a more streamlined approach to future budgeting strategies, and we look to see the district implement more consistent reporting strategies to focus on monthly net positions and quarterly budget to actual reporting. Next slide, please. Finding number 15 focuses on the decline in the district's fund balance. The district has underfunded critical budget line items in consecutive years and has had to use surplus funds to fill budget gaps in each of the last 3 fiscal years. As a result of the district's fund balance declining, the district's fund balance has declined from $31.1 million in 2012-2013 fiscal year to a projected $5 million during fiscal year 2014 to 15. When we look at this as a board, we obviously look and see that our fund balance is nearly depleted. The surplus funds for NPS are critical to the district's ability to relieve financial pressure and to fill any budget gaps. There's a direct correlation between a decline in the district's reserve funds and the overspending for employee salaries and benefits. The overspending is also attributed to rising costs of the employee without placement site pools and other compensations such as per diem employees. The district budgeted to spend $10.5 million for employee without placement sites in fiscal year 2013 to 14, but the total cost was $22.5 million. That pool could not be maintained at the projected cost given to the district's budget crisis, and the district also projected during last year's budget hearing that the EWPS pool will cost the district an estimated $33.5 million. The district submitted an equivalency waiver to the New Jersey Department of Education in efforts to implement a performance-based layoff for employees. The request for the equivalency waiver was denied. However, there was no plan to significantly reduce the number of employees in the EWPS pool beyond the use of an equivalency waiver. Carrying the excessive cost of the EWPS pool is also having a catastrophic impact on student achievement. The cost of the EWPS pool has added an enormous amount of financial pressure and has become a major roadblock in the district's efforts to drive more funds to classrooms. Immediate action must be taken to reduce the cost of the EWPS pool and current number of employees in the pool. Recommendations. The district should resubmit the equivalency waiver to the New Jersey Department of Education. And second, the district should attempt to counsel out employees who have been in the EWPS pool for 2 or more years and have not made improvements to their performance. Next recommendation. Alternate revenue sources. The 2014 NPS Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, page 72, highlights the district's economic dependency on support from federal and state governments. The report further states that a significant reduction in the level of support, if this were to occur, could have an adverse effect on the district's programs and activities. According to the 2015 NPS Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, page 34, actual investment income amounts were $2.7 million less than the modified budget amount as a result of a decline in interest rates offered by financial institutions and a reduction in cash as a result of changes in federal revenues to the reimbursement method. Actual miscellaneous income exceeded the modified budget amount by $1.4 million in fiscal year 2013 to 14. This occurred as a result of the district's conservative budgeting approach and budgeting less miscellaneous income that had been realized in previous years. The district also realized additional income from charter school rental agreements that were established in fiscal year 2013 to 14. Moving forward, it is extremely important for the district to aggressively seek alternate revenue sources to help offset expenses and support the district's ability to drive additional resources to classrooms and directly impact students. Next slide. Our recommendations are as follows. The district should explore opportunities to generate additional revenue. These opportunities should be low-risk activities and support the district's current strategies in generating unrestricted cash flow for NPS. The district should partner with Sustainable New Jersey to increase the participation in energy savings initiative programs. Newark Public Schools has reported over $500,000 in energy savings and can deliver greater savings by aggressively implementing energy savings plans at each district school or facility. Next slide, please. That ends the assessment for our fiscal management. Our chairperson for Operations Committee is not here, so I will quickly go through the operations piece as well. The mission of the Operations Committee is to drive efficiency of Newark Public Schools operations in the area of facilities and security, ensure the proper maintenance of NPS facilities, and to ensure the establishment of safe working and learning environments for NPS students and employees, implementation of sound public safety policies and initiatives. Next slide, please. Finding number 17 is our long-range facilities plan. And this is extremely important because this is one of the elements of the One Newark plan that was rolled out to the community. However, it's an area that hasn't received as much attention as the universal enrollment. The district submitted a long-range facilities plan to the New Jersey Department of Education, which was approved for a period of 5 years. The department has determined that the district's proposed enrollments are supportable for approval of the district's long-range facility plan amendment. The district conducted a deep analysis of the facility conditions of all buildings in the NPS inventory. According to the analysis, 83% of NPS facilities were constructed before 1975, and the average age of NPS facilities is 82. The analysis also classifies that more than 70% of school facilities are in poor or very poor conditions. All wards in Newark have schools that were classified by the district as being poor or very poor, and the Central, South, and West wards have the largest inventories of poor or very poor schools in the city. It is apparent that deferred maintenance and a lack of investment in NPS facilities have created widespread building issues, including scaffolding around school buildings, malfunctioning HVAC systems, and peel and paint. The district estimates the cost to repair and bring all NPS facilities up to 21st century standards would require an investment of $1.3 billion. Our board supports investments to upgrade existing school facilities and urges the district to advocate for the funding the New Jersey School Development Authority committed to NPS for new school construction projects. Next slide. Recommendations are as follows. The district should consider the formation of a third-party entity that will operate as Newark Public Schools Community Development Corporation with the mission of receiving and managing funds to allow NPS to directly manage all future school construction projects. The district should also request a one-time lump sum payment from the New Jersey School Development Authority to cover the cost of the commitment made to construct new schools for NPS. The one-time lump sum can be used to establish the Newark Public Schools CDC and allow for immediate local management of NPS construction projects. Next slide, please. Finding number 18 speaks to the efficiency of operational spending. The assessment of operational efficiencies will be conducted during our board's second assessment. The data provided by NPS and the Council of Great City Schools will be utilized to complete this assessment. The Council of Great City Schools does not make this information available until the conclusion of the fiscal or school year, and we will utilize key performance indicators for operations assessment, and these key performance indicators have already been identified and are included in the board's strategic governance plan, which can be downloaded from the district's website under the School Advisory Board tab. The next and final section that we will have is in the area of governance. Governance is a major component of the district's CUSAC performance, and is collectively owned by both the district administration and the board. The ability to deliver true governance of Newark Public Schools requires a high level of commitment from our board and alignment with the state-appointed superintendent to ensure the return of local governance is a priority for the district administration as well. Next slide. Finding number 19 focuses on the board development and our CUSAC performance. Local governance in the area of fiscal management was returned to the Newark Board of Education in August of 2014. Our board drafted an initial transition plan and submitted it to the State Department of Education in efforts to make a clear pathway for proper governance in this area. Our board worked in conjunction with the district administration and State Department of Education to fine-tune the transition plan. Our board made history on two fronts. One, we've become the first takeover district in the state of New Jersey to formally regain local governance in the area of fiscal management. And secondly, we adopted the first formal transition plan for the return of fiscal management to local school districts under state intervention in New Jersey. This transition plan will likely be used as a model for other school districts in the future. Next slide. The Essex County Superintendent and leadership team conducted both an interim and full assessment of the district's CUSAC performance in April of 2014. The interim results were published in June 2014 and show great improvements in the area of personnel. This is the first time the district has received a perfect score on any of the components of CUSAC. Our board has taken actions to help ensure the performance in this area is sustained as we move forward. Our board has taken the following actions to help develop our governance skills and sustain performance on New Jersey CUSAC. Next slide, please. Governance documentation, which has been an important element. We've developed and adopted the first ever governance strategy plan, which included the use of external metrics from the Council of Great City Schools. We've revised our committee structures and accountabilities for each committee. The restructuring of our board committees was something that was introduced early in the school year. Is also a component of our governance plan. So some of the major components that we took this year, understanding the growth that we made in the area of personnel, we made our personnel committee a standalone committee, and we also made our operations committee standalone committees. And this year we also, for the first time since being under state intervention, formally implemented a budget committee. So by establishing these committees as standing committees, we've allowed our board to have greater oversight and greater interaction with the district administration as it pertains to these critical areas for Newark Public Schools. Our next area is board member engagement. As chair of this board, I can honestly say that I'm extremely proud of the work and efforts that are put forward on behalf of all of our board members. Our board member attendance for our business meetings is at 94.4%, and this information is as of February. Our board meeting attendance for all public sessions has been 90.7%. Board member attendance meetings is estimated to be at 80% for all of our committee meetings. And our board member attendance at board retreats and special meetings has been 79.6%. As board members, obviously, we serve in these roles on a volunteer basis. We are elected officials charged with representing this community. So board members, thank you for all of your hard work and dedication. You all have full-time jobs and have families, and these numbers right here really show and stand as a testament to our commitment to do our work as board members. Next slide, please. Okay. So, again, continuing with finding number 19, we already talked about the realignment of our board organizational structure. And one thing that was very important was for us to try to ensure that our organizational structure somewhat had a similar alignment to what the district had in place so that we can drive greater partnerships and collaboration between board and district administration. So each board member has been aligned with the superintendent network. Board members currently hold monthly meetings with those respective assistant superintendents to try to keep their fingers on the pulse of any events that are occurring in the district and within those respective networks. Again, we talked about restructuring our board committees, and we also established guidelines to conduct our district assessments. And as stated at the beginning of this presentation, our board is responsible for conducting a minimum of 2 assessments per year. And we're proud to present to the community this evening our first assessment that we've conducted. We've also increased our board member training. As a part of our transition plan, we partnered with the State Department of Education to ensure that we had the proper support moving into that area of returning local governance in the area of fiscal management. Our board has completed 6 training modules from that board development plan, and it was incorporated into our transition plan. We also, these training efforts were actually delivered by Dr. Leroy Nunnery II, who is the special assistant to the commissioner for the New Jersey Department of Education. Next slide, please. Increased board member training through the New Jersey School Boards Association. The New Jersey School Board Association provides cost-effective training to board members. And this year, as a board, we did set a high goal, and that was for us to earn the board certification for the entire board by April 2015. I am proud to say that at this point in time, we've accumulated 12.5 credits to go towards this. The goal is actually 18. At this point in time, this is something that will have to roll over to next school year, but we are confident that we will be able to make this happen by the end of next school year. Also, board members have earned a total of 126 individual credits during the 2014-2015 school year through the New Jersey School Boards Association. This, according to the New Jersey School Boards Association, is the highest amount of training that's been conducted by the Newark Board of Education in any school year. We've also positioned our board to have 3 board members earn the individual certified board member status by April 2015. We've increased engagement with the New Jersey School Board Association on board training and certifications through the board development plan. And we've sharply increased the board's presence and participation at the annual conference attendance by 5 school board members. Last year we had 2, and this year we actually had 7 board members who attended this conference. Lastly, we've increased board member engagement and leadership on the county and state level. One message that our board wants to make clear to the State Department of Education is that if our board can lead here on a local level, right here in our own town, and also serve the New Jersey School Boards Association on a county and state level, we're surely prepared to continue down this path to return local governance to the Newark Board of Education. Currently, I serve as VP of Legal for the Essex County School Boards Association and was also appointed to serve as a member of the New Jersey School Boards Association Legal Committee representing Legislative District 28. Our board vice president, Ariana Perello, currently serves as a delegate for the New Jersey School Boards Association, and board member Daniqua Matthias has served as the board delegate for the New Jersey School Boards Association, representing this board during the 2012-13 and 2013-14 school years. Next slide. Here on this chart, we actually highlight what our CUSAC performance has been dating back to the initial placement on the NJ CUSAC, dating back to 2007. As stated earlier, we have had the return of local governance in the area of fiscal management. We've also had the return of local governance in the area of operations. As we move forward, as Mrs. Matthias stated earlier, there continues to be struggle in the area of instruction and program, and the CUSAC performance results that are directly correlated to program and instruction are really tied to the students' performance on state assessments. As we look in personnel, I think obviously this is a good news story because on the interim review placement, we had a perfect score of 100, and as you can see from the results here, that's the first time that we've had a perfect score on any one of these performance indicators. So we look forward to moving forward and continuing with the work in that area. Our findings and our recommendations for the findings are as follows. As a board, we want to continue to encourage the growth and development of all board members so that we can become better able to govern. We want to reestablish the board's role as the governing body of Newark Public Schools by leading and governing through effective policy. The third recommendation is to request the immediate release of the results from the full QSAC review that was conducted in April 2014. Our board will continue to be aggressive on this front. Again, the interim results were conducted at the same time as the full review. However, the state has only released the interim results. If we score 100% in the area of personnel on the interim, and that was conducted at the same time as the full review, as a board, we don't see any reason for there to be any changes in those results. 4, we want to continue to strengthen relationships with the State Department of Education to collaborate the existing pathway to local governance. And 5, maintain consistency of board leadership to sustain new initiatives and further development in critical areas. And by board leadership, that means every board member. Every board member that serves is a leader in his or her own right. And by having consistency, we don't want to have such a high turnover ratio. Every year we have 33% of our seats become available on this board, and it helps us with consistency if we're able to keep board members and have them serve in multiple terms. The last finding that we have, finding number 20, speaks to the district's compliance with corrective action plans and audit findings. Our board finds that the Newark Public School District lacks consistency as it pertains to having internal controls in place to minimize risk or unfavorable impacts on the achievement of district objectives. The goal of internal controls are to provide management with a reasonable basis for asserting that NPS is achieving its operational reporting and compliance objectives. Annual audits and QSAC performance reviews for NPS have identified repeat findings for matters of record keeping, confirming orders, personnel file management, handling vendor purchases, and several other areas of exposure or potential loss. Repeat findings are a clear indication of poor risk management and internal controls. Internal controls of the organization must be coupled with strong control activities, and control activities must possess the following characteristics. Control activities must be appropriately selected. Control activities must incorporate general controls over technology, and control activities must be effectively implemented through policies and procedures. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. The district's inability to spend in accordance to its approved budget shows that the proper control activities or levers are either non-existent or aligned improperly. The following items are corrective actions for repeat findings in recent audits of NPS and highlight inefficiencies or lack of internal controls. Next slide. So the list was actually too long to highlight inside of this PowerPoint presentation, but it is included inside the full assessment. So I'll read off a few of those. One was strengthening the current internal controls on withholding of employees' health premiums, strengthening internal controls on the timely removal of employees from district health insurance following separation. These audits found that NPS has paid benefits for a number of former employees who are no longer with the district. We've also seen issues around third-party providers and the completion of final reports to ensure potential liabilities and properly budgeted items. And we've also seen repeat findings for monitoring school improvement grants expenditures. Our recommendation in this area is that the district should explore the impact of creating a position of compliance officer as a member of the risk management team. The role of this position, which could be fulfilled on a full-time or on a contracted basis, would be to monitor and report on the progress of the district's compliance to and implementation of corrective action plans. Next slide. Next steps, acknowledgement. Next steps as for the Newark Board of Education. Newark Board of Education is pleased to present its first assessment of the district's progress, and we're looking forward to engaging with the administration, the New Jersey Commission of Education, public officials, community members, and private citizens on the various findings of the recommendations. We view this initial assessment as a starting point and a work in progress. Each recommendation has been thoroughly developed in the spirit of making a difference. highly functioning and more capable organization, and each recommendation will require coordination and buy-in from multiple constituents in order for them to be realized. We acknowledge that some of the findings and recommendations may require reprioritization of strategies and objectives, and accordingly, we encourage all readers to read the assessment through the perspective that our resources, processes, and priorities must be aligned if North Public Schools are going to succeed. Lastly, for acknowledgements, our board would like to thank the district administration for providing detailed information and support for the production of our initial assessment of the district's progress. Thank you. So ends the presentation for our district assessment. Thank you.
Check.
The next item we have is item number 9, which is the North Public School District Report, which was supposed to be an update. Do we have that? It's not available? Okay. So we'll skip, I have to skip item 9. As we started at last month's meeting, we broke out our public participation, and I do apologize for not announcing this. We do have 30 minutes of public participation that's specifically set aside for comments that are geared specifically towards the agenda items. So we still keep the same rules in place for normal public participation, which is that each speaker gets a 3-minute allotment during that time. So at this time, we'll open it up at this point in time for that 30 minutes of public participation for comments. Yes.
Before we move into public participation, last week at the business meeting, there was a motion made, seconded, and voted on by the body to add an agenda item, which was the a review of the complaint regarding former Newark Public Schools Assistant Superintendent Tiffany Hardrick, and we did vote to add that to today's agenda, and we did that not because it was something that we chose to do, but we did that because it was ordered by the State Department of Education that the report be reviewed in public at a public meeting no later than 30 days after the receipt of the findings, and the findings were on March 3rd. Therefore, this would be the last possible day for that to happen. And it is my understanding that the superintendent asked the Department of Education to postpone that the public discussion on this matter, and that it will then be on the agenda at the April meeting. So I just want to I think that we should let the public know what happened with that, because we did vote on it. And I also want to state that the sense of urgency about this particular matter, this is not, some small matter. This is not a matter that the superintendent or anyone else should be allowed to extend over some ridiculous amount of time. This is not something that's going to go away. This is something that has repercussions, fiscal repercussions for the district. We don't know how wide or how deep this issue is, but I know, and I will say for myself, that with all due expediency, that we need the public discussion on the issue of former Assistant Superintendent Tiffany Hardrick, based on the fact that the Department of Education itself found that all of the things that were she was accused of and why the investigation took place, that their findings were that these things did occur. So I just want to basically put it out there that there is a sense of urgency to have this, and that I would like to ask if you would, Chair Hassan, if you would please communicate, preferably in writing, to the superintendent the urgency of her being present at that April meeting so that she herself can answer questions, because the ball stops somewhere, and in this district, the ball stops with the superintendent. So, I just want to put that out there. I know I received the report as part of the Finance Committee, I believe, then finding out, that all other board members hadn't even seen the report, which had she not gotten this extension, we're supposed to have been discussing today.
Agree. Madam General Counsel, would you please elaborate on the process and why that is not being presented to us tonight? We're currently discussing the OFAC report that was received from the State Department of Education.
The district was still probing questions that were related to the report with Trenton. In the cover letter of the report, it indicates if there are any questions to please speak to Mr. Steve Hoffman. That's what the district isn't doing. We asked appropriately for the extension, and as the board is aware, the extension was granted.
No, I do understand that. I wasn't really asking why. I'm clear on why. I was simply saying that based on the fact that we did pass a motion last week that said that this would be discussed this week, that it was important to clarify for everyone who is aware of that exactly why that conversation isn't taking place. And to emphasize that that conversation must take place, that the extension that was given was for 1 month till next, it was requested for 1 month, it was given for 1 month, which makes it the April meeting at which this conversation must take place.
So, Mr. Chair, I have a quick question. So, understanding that the district has gotten an extension on discussing the report, on providing a response on the report, the board can't have a discussion today?
Let me answer that.
Wasn't it public knowledge in the paper?
Yeah, it was in the paper.
Chair Hassan, if I can render an answer. Pursuant to the statute, Mr. Jackson, the statute qualifies and requires that upon receipt of the OFAC report to the district, that the district is then to present those findings in the report and provide for discussion to the board at a public meeting, which can be deemed to be a business meeting or in fact a regular meeting. So the district, as of today, is not prepared to discuss those findings or answer any questions. Hence, in terms of a discussion today, I don't think there wouldn't be a meaningful discussion because we have no corrective action plan to present to you today. And also the report is just not, we're not ready to present this. We asked for an extension based upon those factors and the lateness in which the district received it. I can understand that it's not a satisfactory answer. I'm just providing you with the facts and the information as I know them to be at this point in time.
Chair Hassan and Ms. Hitchcock, I respectfully disagree on the process. I think that it clearly states that this must be discussed publicly within 30 days, and then within 30 days after that, then the district must present the corrective action plan. So it should be discussed within 30 days, and then the corrective action plan then comes after that discussion.
I am not disputing the reading of the statute. However, because we were unable to perform this within 30 days, the district sought an extension. This is not the first time in which the district has sought an extension. We did this in writing. We did this very quickly upon the ability, when we knew that we were not able to present this in a timely fashion. So it's not an anomaly to our practice. It's not something that we do lightly. However, to give you the answers and to present a discussion for you, the district simply is not prepared to do so this evening. It does not negate or it does not remove our responsibility, to which I am fully aware of what that means. However, it just is deferred from this evening.
No, I understand that. I just wanted to clarify that pursuant to NJAC 6A238-56, it says that any school district, et cetera, any school district or county vocational school district that has been subject to an audit or investigation by the Department of Education, Office of Fiscal Accountability and Compliance shall discuss the findings of the audit or investigation at a public meeting of the District Board of Education no later than 30 days after the receipt of the findings. We agree that the district has applied for an extension of that. And then I'm looking, that was A. Looking at B, within 30 days of the public meeting required in A above, the District Board of Education shall adopt a resolution certifying the findings were discussed and approving a corrective action plan. So I'm saying that there is a time period after that public discussion for the compilation of the corrective action plan and the board subsequently voting on that. So I'm just saying that that's two different actions and two different meetings. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lewis.
Being that this is now in the paper and it's public, I think that we as a board and you as the chairman should come up with some type of, response to this, because eventually it's not only going to reflect the finding, of the superintendent, but also, we as a board, they're going to question us because of the finance committee. The finance committee didn't see this, our personnel committee. So I think that we need to really look deep into this, and this is like criminal charges that need to be filed against the district as well for poor management.
With all due respect, Mr. Lewis, I would submit that we are not in any criminality. That's not been alleged in the report. Again, the district is not at all abdicating from what is the statutory obligation. Not only do we have to present it to the board, as the statute further requires, we have to put this on our website. All of those procedural actions will take place as they always have in the past. The only distinction for this evening is that we just are not prepared to present the report to the board. It's simply a delay, not any type of reversal or any type of refusing to adhere to our obligations. We simply asked for an extension, upon which we were granted that, and we'll move forward as expeditiously as possible with all the proper information and with the statutory requirements that we know we have to fulfill.
But with all due respect, Madam General Counsel, if the district was doing great bookkeeping, they would be able to respond back now. It already almost 30 days. If we have responsible bookkeeping in the district, you will be able to answer to these allegations quickly in a fashion, in the manner that the state is asking. It's ridiculous. They said 30 days. You're asking for an extension. What makes this superintendent special that she gets an extension? And if any other superintendent was asked for a response, they would have had to do it in 30 days.
Thank you.
Chair Hassan, I think that it is very important that the superintendent herself show up, and that would be my only hesitation to actually going into full discussion, that she should be here, that she should be requested to be here, that the Department of Education should make her come here, because it is basically they who have found that these things actually occurred. This is not a trial that is taking place. They have done an investigation. They have made their findings. They have found that the accusations are true. So I would like to suggest that we write to Robert J. Cucino, the Director of the Office of Fiscal Accountability and Compliance, that we write to the Governor, that we write to the Commissioner, and we ask that Superintendent
Can we please have order and stop
that she show up to deal with this. The ball stops here on this issue. I do not believe that it is the responsibility or under the authority of anyone else. There may be others involved, but the ball with this stops with the superintendent. This could not have happened without the superintendent's knowledge and the superintendent's approval.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Jackson.
And can also add to Ms. Baskerville that we also have...
Ms. Holder, could we please have order? Thank you.
That we also have Chief...
Security, could you please come down and find out who's sitting in the audience blowing that object? And if they still continue to blow, remove them from this meeting?
Mr. Chair, I also want to add to Ms. Baskerville Richardson's point. Sure.
We need to, look, I understand the concern, but we still need to have the quorum established at this board meeting. I will ask that whoever it is that's blowing that whistle to please stop. Mr. Jackson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm going to also add to Ms. Baskerville's point and state that we have Chief Talent Officer present at that meeting as well to address the issue at hand, and also if all board members can receive the report because it was not provided in our Friday packets. I have gone back and looked over the package that I received.
Ma'am, can you please stop yelling so that board member Donald Jackson can complete his statement, please?
And I haven't received the report, so if we can make sure that we get that.
Will do.
Thank you.
Any other comments from board members on the matter? There being none, we're now going into public participation.
In regards to the agenda items.
Yes, in regards to agenda item only, please read the guidelines for public participation, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. These are the guidelines for the advisory board public participation. Time limits for all meetings are enforced. There is no sharing or granting of speaking time to others. Speakers must be present when their name is called. All speakers are required to give their names and addresses. The public participation portion of the meeting, this portion of the meeting is 30 minutes. Later on, 60 minutes for any topic. Examples of unacceptable behavior that will not be permitted include but are not limited to naming district employees and engaging in personal attacks, slurs, excessive loudness, calling out, yelling, generally disruptive behavior, attempting to disrupt the meeting or inciting others to do so. Public participation at board meetings is intended to allow individual members of the public the opportunity to address the board administration on issues of public concern, not as a forum for two-way dialogue with the board or district officials. The superintendent's designee or chair may respond to questions either at the end of the session or responses may be forthcoming at a later time. The superintendent's designee or chair may interrupt any speaker or terminate any individual's speaking privilege if the speaker's comments are disruptive or obscene. An individual may be cautioned that a personally directed statement may be slanderous or defaming, and the individual may be liable for his or her statements. Attempts to hijack filibuster proceedings, repeated interrupting or badgering the board members, repetitive or truculent speech, or disregard of rules of the quorum are not tolerated. It may subject the individual group to removed from the meeting. If necessary, the meeting could be adjourned.
Thank you. The floor, we're now open for public participation, specifically for comments on agenda items. This section of public participation is restricted to 30 minutes. If there are any speakers at this point in time, you can approach the mic. If you are, you can just approach the microphone at this time and state your name and address for the record, please.
Lucius Jones, 224 Richard Luteris. Chair, I think you need to make it clear to the public that this is something different than the standard way of doing business for the board. They're allowing people to speak on the agenda items. And is that in addition to being able to speak in the regular public participation section, or is this limited? This is a point of clarification.
So we will still go through the list of individuals we have for public participation. So if a person gets up and speaks during this 30-minute time frame, we won't cross their names off for public participation. That will occur later, because these items here are specifically for the agenda items. And the reason we put this in place is because we want to allow the public an opportunity to give commentary to the board members before we vote on agenda items.
All right. First of all, I'd like to say, Chair, that I think is in alignment with what other municipalities are doing, such as Patterson, Irvington, and majority of the districts within the state. So I'm happy at the fact that the board has come to the 20th century in regards to allowing the public to speak on agenda item. The issue that I have, because I do have an issue, is that where's the agenda?
The agenda should be included in the package that were made available.
Then the next question I have is, where is the accommodation at if you notice, I haven't been to several meetings because the district once again has not provided the packet at the business meeting or the public meeting, as General Counsel stated would happen in the November meeting. It still has not occurred. They're failing to provide the necessary accommodation to anyone who has a disability. They're not even providing sign language for people who cannot hear. And I'm asking this board, how can we be equal opportunity for all participants when we know we have a segment of the population that has a disability and with parents, and we're not serving that population the same way we serve the general population? That's a question to the chair.
So, Mr. Jones, General Counsel.
Mr. Jones, it's Charlotte Hitchcock. Good evening. I take full responsibility, as I've done before, with transgressions in which you have not received your packet. I was not aware you did not receive it. If there's anyone else with a 504 accommodation, that is a responsibility the district has. There's no debate about this. It is not acceptable. I will work personally again to ensure that. I did not monitor this day to day, but I'm owning the fact that you did not receive a packet, and that is not acceptable to me. I'll make sure that I can correct that for the next time.
Okay. Chair, the issue, General Counsel, I think the issue here is that the district is violating Section 504 of the American
Not
Disability.
willfully, sir. What I'm saying is it's not willfully.
It is, Chair, General Counsel, on the grounds that the General Counsel said in the November meeting that this would not occur. If you have it in writing, and if Arson has already said that there's a process for filing a 504 accommodation, and I've completed that process, and that notice is on record in the Department of Human Services, then they already know what my accommodation request is. How can they not meet my accommodation request when I have met the requirement under the procedure?
Mr. Jones, I'm not debating that. You've filed everything you're supposed to. What I'm indicating is that a mistake was made. I'm telling you that I'm holding myself responsible for that mistake. I'm going to tell you that I will personally take care of this for next month and see why you didn't receive it for this month.
Right.
Out of all due respect, Mr. Jones, I just did not monitor this day by day. But to hear this again concerns me. There is nothing you failed to do without question.
Right.
And you are entitled by federal and state law to that accommodation.
Right. I just want to note that this occurrence happened in December, January, February, and now March. It's the same exact thing. It's very discouraging to come to this meeting feeling discriminated. And that's how I feel. I feel that the district is arbitrarily discriminating, and they're doing it willingly because they choose, there's no one monitoring the process. So when it comes down to what we talk about the agenda, there can be no discussion for me because I obviously am left out of the loop because I don't know what's in the agenda. Other than what Chair Hassan was reading up there on the day. But it's so much information, how can you absorb it all in one session?
So, Mr. Jones, again, as the general counsel stated, I will personally follow up with the general counsel to make sure that we're able to resolve this issue. I did not intervene the first time that it was brought forward to the district. You have my assurance on that. Okay. I do want to remind you, we do have other speakers who need to speak because this section is limited to 30 minutes.
I understand, and that's why I said point of clarification, because I think that this chair needs to understand that when the complaint is filed with the Department of the Civil Rights, that I will include the chair as an obstructionist to my ability to be able to participate as a regular citizen within this process. Noted.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Now my question is,
no, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, we have to get to the next speaker.
No, sir, because I haven't spoken yet.
Mr. Jones,
I spoke up for my rights. Yeah. I have not spoke yet.
Mr. Jones, the comments in this area.
I have not spoke yet.
Unfortunately, we can't.
No, sir.
At this time, you're
going to have to remove me. Then you're going to have to remove me by handcuff. That's the position you put me in. So then you have to remove me by handcuff.
Mr. Jones, at
sir,
this point in time,
because I feel that I'm in, then you have to remove me by handcuff. I am prepared to go to jail for the point that that you're discriminating, and now you tell me I can't even speak up for myself, and then turn back around. No, sir. I should have my 3 minutes.
So what you're doing right now, you're not being respectful of the other speakers.
It has nothing to do with being respectful. It has something to do with that I had to make sure that on the record that there is no agenda and I'm doing what I'm doing from memory because I have no way to reference any material that you have.
Please set the timer for 3 minutes for Mr. Jones.
Mr. Chair, the board tonight, you guys got up there and you really beat your drum. And I heard you beating the drum and you was beating the drum and you was beating the drum about the QSAC report and about the board, what the board is doing. But one thing that you are failing to mention, it's what's happening to kids. Because if a QSAC is not driving what's in the best interest of children, what good is QSAC? The problem that I have with what the chair is doing is the chair is meeting all of the requirements set forth by the Department of Education under regulation. He's meeting all of the requirements set forth of being on the legal committee of Essex County. But when it comes down to leaky roofs at University High School, when it comes down to children not having books, when it comes down to there not being adequate teachers in the classroom, when it comes down to substitute teachers in the classroom, when it comes down to getting information, why isn't the board and the district collaborating in a way that's in the best interest of children? Our children are suffering, Mr. Chair and board, because the board chair is on one agenda and the district is on another. And you keep dangling this local control in front of our face with QSAC. There is no financial control. The district, in our opinion, has no financial control. It has no control over operation. Jersey City has already said the only control is local control. So the point that I'm giving to this chair is that you have a major problem. You have a major problem, and your problem is that you're failing students over and over again. We're taking children from left to right, north to south, east and west, while we continue to come to this board and listen to what your procedural. And you have to begin to say, do you need to meet as a board, as volunteers, to entertain the audience? Because that's all you're doing, is entertaining the audience and the people on TV. Because you're not making a difference for kids. Kids are suffering, and they're struggling. You got parents that can't afford to put their children in private school, paying $600 and $700 a month, trying to avoid the mess that we got this district in, and you got parents who are being pushed to go to enrollment center. I got people at the charter schools calling me to advocate for their kids, staff, because they are so pissed off that they're in this one new contract. So my point to this board is that if you can't get your chair to come down to planet Earth, you must remove him in April. Because he cannot sit there and be in denial as what's going on around him. Tammy Anderson, Superintendent Anderson, doesn't respect any of you. Not one of you. And you're playing the game. And at the end of the day, Shavar played the game, other people played the game, and at the end of the day, we ended up in the same place we are now. Fighting for local control, fighting for a crumb. And that has to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Kathleen Witcher, and representing the Education Committee statewide NAACP. I want to thank you for the efforts you did make to analyze various aspects to the governing of the schools and the operations of the Newark Public Schools, as well as their counterparts. However, I did hear in the course of the reports regarding facilities a plan to establish a CDC. I would question how close that is to the SCC and the corruption involving that, as well as to the adherence and compliance to the mandates of New Jersey legislatures to replace and repair old and crumbling buildings. Second, I don't know that I heard an analysis of how people got into teachers without assignment, many who were in assignment but out of their specialization, out of their certifications, who served the district as much as you reported $22 million worth. I think that instead of the plan to talk about how we shut down the rubber rooms, we need to analyze how they opened up. It might be certainly close to the scheme and plan of one Joel Klein in New York. I would thank you, and I will reserve the time to address other parts, but I want to add to what Mr. Jones has just said. Certainly with the QSAC scores, if you got perfect score in finances, how did you get it? Finances are out of whack. They help to gain power and authority of our classroom teachers, our instructors, our educators to teach and for children to learn. And when those finances have been corrupted, because as we can see in this report, much has been spent on the central office staff who don't even get evaluated, it's unacceptable. I thank you for this time.
Next speaker.
Deborah Gregory, Newark Branch NAACP. On the agenda, the student board member gave out some statistics, 35 students graduating from Barringer out of 235, 81 graduating at Westside. Those were the statistics that he gave. And Chairman Hassan, there was no conversation with him at all. And this is part of the agenda. There was no conversation, it was just sloughed off. There was an amendment to the agenda for the report that the board made, and which, by the way, was a lot of space noise, because in this room, we couldn't understand any of you, not one of you, okay? Just so you're clear. So you need to make sure that it's put on the website. But if you can amend the agenda to do that report, certainly you could amend the agenda to talk about what Ms. Richardson is talking about, which it flies in the face of your report. You're talking about the finances and what the board found, and at the same time, we're talking about an act of fraud being committed by the administration. And the legal counsel is not the superintendent. So for you to be able to make that amendment to talk to us, talk at us for 1 hour and 15 minutes where we couldn't understand what you were saying. Now you amended that. You need to amend your agenda to discuss the real issue of the finance that you're saying that you want to have on the board side as it relates to the recommendations of the board, the recommendation and the governance. This is directly related, and you're shirking your responsibility as the chair by not doing the same thing, amending the agenda to have a real conversation. Have a conversation with that young man about the children who are not graduating. It just seemed like the only thing that was really important tonight was that the board members have their say-so with a PowerPoint, which really wasn't a PowerPoint because you read at us for 1 hour and 15 minutes. So now you need to reconsider amending the agenda again.
Good evening, board members. My name is Wayne Richardson. I live in Newark, New Jersey. So while I agree with some of the points you made in that lengthy report that you did, one of the things I really take exception with, and I think this is a voting item, it's on the agenda, and I take exception with you asking or recommending that the superintendent seek a waiver so that they can circumvent the collective bargaining agreement that they have with the Newark Teachers Union, and that it would displace folks who have worked long and hard for seniority, and it would allow newcomers to come in and just displace those who have been there for years, who have been toiling in our schools. I take exception for that. That's the same thing that Scott Walker talked about in Wisconsin. It's union busting 101, and I take exception. So if that's a voting item, I would ask this board to, if you're going to vote on that agenda, on that item that was put for that PowerPoint, whatever that was, take that piece out. Don't support that part of it. And if there's anything else that you don't support, ask for it to be taken out or vote no. Vote against it. Don't allow, we got enough union busting going on in this country. We don't need board members suggesting that it should go on as well. Thank you.
This is the last request to stop with the security. Could you remove this gentleman here for blowing his whistle? Right here.
You saw him?
Yes.
You saw him?
Multiple requests have been made. We need to have a decorum established here at this meeting.
You saw him? Department of Purchase and Warehousing. Good evening, Donna Jackson, 128 Smith Street, agenda items. First suggestion is—
Ms. Jackson, before we go into that, I understand the passion of the community. Please, it's not undermining a struggle. Blowing the whistle at a meeting is disruptive, not only for board members, but for other members of the community that are coming up to speak. We wouldn't
Yes,
go
I
and
am.
conduct ourselves in a council meeting that way. We wouldn't
I
go
am
down and
so
do those things in Trenton or any other areas. All I ask is that we have
yeah.
respect and establish decorum here. And you can yell, you can scream, call me all kinds of names, do whatever it is that you want to do. But when it comes down to the rest of the members of the community that are coming before this microphone to speak, at bare minimum, we should give them that same respect and courtesy that we want when we come forward to do public participation. So I'm going to ask you, sir, please refrain from blowing the whistle during the meeting. That's all I ask. Thank you. Ms. Jackson, you have the microphone.
Donna Jackson, 128 Smith Street, agenda items. I'm going to request that this entire agenda be deferred. And the reason I'm asking that is because you guys got contracts on here for stuff like toner and printer services for $360,000 for a 1-year period. And the one thing I know we don't do in Newark Public Schools is make a lot of copies. That's why we have books. And that may be true for another entity, but at Newark Public Schools, we purchase hard and softcover books. We don't need to be making all these copies. And we don't need a company from Massachusetts, who I'm sure is connected to Senator Booker somehow, to be giving us those toner and printer cartridges. I would also suggest that if that's the kind of things we have to purchase, that we need to partner with the City of Newark, the Board of Education of East Orange and Irvington, the City of East Orange and Irvington, and get a group press. Because we probably could get all 5 districts in the lower end of Essex County for the same price, because we're buying more. And we probably could find a company in New Jersey who will employ people from New Jersey to do the toner and the printer and the repair. This is about keeping Jersey strong, keeping Jersey working, especially Norkers. Competitive contract bidding for professional development. I don't understand what the Newark Museum, the Greater Newark Conservancy, Michael J. Beckler, Esquire, Discovery Education, Benchmark, Youth Build, Schoolworks, NJPAC, Dramatic Impact, Arts Horizon, American Reading Company, or Center for Applied Logistics are going to do with staff development. So because I'm not familiar with any of those companies in terms of working with staff and education, I'm going to ask that that be held as well. Moving on to the purchasing again, have another company here from Pennsylvania, CRS, and I'm finishing up with these last 2. They're going to do a sub-finder software for us. $42,000 just for hardware. I think we spent enough on park testing and everything else. I think if we put the teachers that are in the rubber room / employees without placement back to work, we won't have to call anybody on the sub finder, so we wouldn't need to make that $42,000 expenditure. And finally, just let me comment on this last piece here, because it has to do with testing in summer school. $94,000 for Excel, access to ELLS. I think that I do understand, as you commented last board meeting, Mr. Hassan, that we are moving toward the technology world. Clearly understand that. But even the technology world is telling us that we need to limit the exposure of technology to children 12 and under, that there's too much, that their brain is not developing and they're not able to think for themselves. So I'm going to ask you, knowing that you understand that, sir, to number 8532, which is for this spring testing material. Since we are in a budget deficit, we don't need to spend that $94,000, and I don't understand what the summer success is, Houghton and Mifflin Harcourt for $50,000. I think that if we're gonna speak to these agenda items, I just ask for a little more information so that I can get up here and speak intelligently as to why I don't want you to vote for something. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson, thank you for the feedback regarding those agenda items. No, I'm saying thank you for the feedback. And again, we are working again with the district staff to make sure that we can make the details of this information available. And look to see that implemented during our April board meeting. We have training that we're going to start for our e-governance strategy that will allow us to make this information available to the community members to help you better prepare for the board meetings when you come and you address these agenda items. You're welcome. There are no other speakers at this point in time. We will now move into our voting items for this evening. Mr. Lewis?
Mr. Chair, I have two items. I have an item. One, the district travel. It still say forthcoming. Since it still say forthcoming and the board haven't received it, I want to ask that we pull that item.
So the item number one, resolution for approval of in and out of state field trips. This was not, this did not make it to the agenda in time as far as the details of this, but an email should have been sent out to board members sometime this afternoon regarding a request to poll for the in and out of state field trip.
Mr. Lewis, was your question on finance number 5 or was it field?
5.
Yeah, I think you're still.
Finance number 5.
You're talking about the item that's marked forthcoming, right, Mr. Lewis?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about the district travel.
Got it.
Finance 5.
Okay. Is there a motion? I can't make the motion.
Are there any other items before we make a motion?
I also had questions about P4, about the pool of vendors that's in that. Because my question, Ms. Jackson brought up some valid questions about their background on professional development, and I've been seeing Youth Build getting a lot of play in the district lately. School Works, don't know much about them. Before we vote on that item, I would just like to get a little more feedback on the companies, the vendors that's being brought before us.
Mr. Chair?
Excuse me.
Yes. Basco Richardson. And,
So just very quickly, Mr. Lewis, I think that the one you're referring to is P3.
P4. 3, I'm sorry.
Yeah, P3, because P4, I had asked to hold P4 for a separate vote. That's referring to adding Amplify as a vendor.
So, Mr. Lewis, you have questions for item P3, item P4. Antoinette, Mrs. Baskerville-Richardson is asking for that item to be voted on separately, correct?
Yes.
And also, item number 5 under finance, authorization for district travel. Since it's forthcoming, that item will be removed. Dr. Perkins, since you're here, Mr. Lewis, we know that there was additional information provided at the business meeting, but could you please entertain questions from the board member, provide responses at this point in time regarding these items? Mr. Lewis, you have specific questions?
Yeah.
If I could just share that the board did request additional information on the vendors related to P3. We provided the information that we have readily available in a chart that was in the board's packets, as well as a description of all the vendors and what they were proposing to provide through that PQS. Again, we do the PQS on a regular basis. That's been gone before this board previously to make sure schools have best access to high quality resources, and those are all reviewed through an objective process as the procurement office dictates. So that initial information has been provided. I've had conversations with Mr. Hassan about doing more in-depth analyses, as well as Ms. Baskerville-Richardson in going forward and sharing that at the Program Instruction Committee, including presentations. But at this time, the information that has been shared should be in the board packets that you received.
I'm going back to the budget, because we have a budget that's coming up that we're talking about on Thursday, and we know we're facing a deficit. We need to look at bringing a lot more of these resources back in-house. I know that some of these trainings for that our teachers can get I know the NJSBA also offers some of these services. So we need to look at using those resources to try to seed money so that we can put more money back into the classroom instead of spending it out to vendors. Some of these vendors, you know, I'm not familiar with how they can really, well, how we as a district can really benefit from them. You understand what I'm saying? Especially when we're in a financial situation right now where we need to cut back on our spending, we need to look at ways that we can really bring stuff like this back in-house, like professional development, especially when we have principals who've been recognized nationally. We have teachers who've been recognized, people who've been through the district and who understand how a classroom need to be ran. We have school buildings that are being ran proper, where we could just do, you know, peer-to-peer tutoring, peer-to-peer partnership with our school district, throughout our school district to save money.
We agree with the goal, and I think if you looked at what we've been sharing with program and instruction, over the years we've tried to bring more in-house and have more done by our own teachers and by our own staff. So again, we agree with the goal. The opportunity around a PQS is not to promise anything to a specific vendor, but it's to respond to the requests, particularly from specific schools, to have opportunities to work with new vendors that may not have applied previously through the pre-qualification process.
And while you're speaking to this, Dr. Perkins, could you clarify for us for the entire board in regards to the pre-qualification solicitations and what that actually means as it pertains to these vendors or any other vendors, so everybody has clarity on it, if there are any questions about that?
Absolutely. So in contrast with an RFP, which typically has a specific dollar amount that's assigned and a particular contract that is connected to projected work, a pre-qualification just allows the possibility of doing work if funding is in fact available and if there's in fact interest around specific work for the district or specific schools. So to make sure that we stay up to date with what is the most available, most best aligned resources in terms of professional development or whatever the PQS addresses, that we also have ones around instructional materials. We do on a regular basis go out for new bids. This is the first one we've done in about a year to make sure that schools again have access to the best resources. But back to the earlier point, we're always looking for ways to do more things in-house so that we can do things more efficiently and effectively.
And for these particular vendors, who dictates the spending or the use of these particular vendors that are listed here?
Once they're pre-qualified, then either the district, say the curriculum team in my case, or an individual school has the opportunity to leverage their existing budget. In the past, we've provided updates to the Program and Instruction Committee about those specific plans so that there's a two-part information providing process to the board around this work.
Are there any other questions from the board?
So with P4, I see that this vendor is out of Brooklyn, New York.
Correct.
Out of Brooklyn, New York. So we couldn't find no qualified vendors in the state of New Jersey?
Well, I appreciate the question. There was a full presentation given to the Finance Committee and as well as information shared with the Program and Instruction Committee. That particular PQS relates to the fact that we are in fact trying to bring more of the interim assessment work in-house, the idea that teachers value data from standards-aligned assessments, particularly to inform their instruction. And we put out a PQS to see who in fact was meeting the goals that we wanted to meet in terms of the quality assessments, in terms of working with large districts. At this round, again, this is just one round, we only had one of the five, we sent it out to 100 vendors, only 5 responded to this particular PQS, and 1 met the criteria based on an objective review by a 5-person committee. So we may need to go out again to get more options, to your point, but this is, at this point, we're trying to expand the number of options we have, and this is the group that met the criteria.
Also, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I know with this one-oak enrollment, I remember last year when we talked about the benefit of doing this one-oak enrollment was the partnership with our charter partners. Mm-hmm. ain't that's another way that we could look at saving money? You know, see with their practices on what they do in their schools.
Yeah,
So that we can see, just like we have a good public schools, right? We have bad public schools. They have good charter schools. They have bad charter schools. If we can just take the good out of what we have and use that as a way to try to fix our school district, instead of keep paying these vendors to come in and try to teach us how to fix our schools.
So to your point, Mr. Lewis, last year, one of the major focuses we had as a board was to discuss the reduction in spending for professional services and contracted services. And as highlighted in the assessment that we presented earlier, you know, we do find that the memorandum of understanding that was signed by NPS and the charter schools that participate in the universal enrollment plan, it did call for collaboration, the sharing of best practices, but that's something that we as a board, that's not something that we've seen collectively, and we honestly haven't seen the full benefits of that, if there have been any benefits, to your point, Mr. Lewis, yes.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, and I don't know if you would like to respond to this and/or Dr. Perkins, considering the fact that we have had 1 year of One Nork, and obviously moving to the second year, and with the expansion of the charter network here in Newark, and they do have best practices, who do we hold accountable to the fact that we don't have better collaboration and cooperation so that we are having a greater positive net effect of that relationship?
I think that's the difficult question. I would say, honestly, if you're asking me to answer that question, I would say that NPS has to take ownership of that, specifically the administration, because they are the holders or the creators of that policy, which was the memorandum of understanding. So if there's any issues with compliance, then it should be the authors or the creators of that particular policy to make sure that it's properly enforced and that you have compliance from any of the other schools that are participating in it.
So then let me rephrase my question. Dr. Perkins, is this something that you could potentially answer now, or can point me, or I think this is getting to Mr. Lewis's point of if we're talking about professional development and modeling for teachers, and we have some solid models even within our school and with our charter neighbors, why are we not leveraging that relationship better? Who is accountable, and what will we do moving forward?
So it's a good point, and it's one of the things that I think that's overdue for presentation to the Program and Instruction Committee. There have been initial efforts to collaborate with some of the charters, particularly around math and literacy instruction. We have attended workshops at either a reduced cost or for free to leverage this idea that there's expertise both in NPS and in some of the charters that we've been working with. We should give more details on what that has produced, and that's something that we could provide to the Program and Instruction Committee.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mrs. Matthias.
I just wanted to, Ms. Jackson had called out a couple of resolutions, and I just wanted to address, I couldn't hear them all, but I wanted to address one at least, which is the P5 purchase of tests. Just to highlight that is the test for English language learners and students with special needs, just because the audience doesn't have that full description of the information.
Can you repeat that last part?
P5, which is the purchase of tests, that is referring to tests for English language learners. It's the access test, and that's just additional materials that were needed for the school year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board members, any additional comments or questions around the agenda items? Okay, Mr. Lewis.
I just want to say, the Finance Committee, we wasn't able to meet this month. I mean, the operations, I'm sorry. Operations Committee wasn't able to meet this month, but the items that I see up here, as chairman of the Operations Committee, I'm fine with it, especially I see Arts High.
Yeah, so
Auditorium on here.
Yeah, so Mr. Jackson actually represented for the Operations Committee at the business meeting, and he did an excellent job of representing you. We know that you couldn't be there for that meeting, and he did communicate that during the verbal report that he provided. Board members, any further discussion on the agenda items? If there's no further discussion, the floor is now open for a motion. Just for clarity, it was stated that we want to remove finance item number 5, authorization for district travel. Item P4 should be voted on separately. Mr. Lewis, you had questions on item number P3. Are you requesting that item be removed or be voted on separately?
Well, I think that we need to discuss P3 a little more further, so I just asked if we could table that to next month.
All right, so in tabling that, I would just include that that be referred back to a committee, so that, is that okay?
I also have a motion as well. If we can potentially vote on item number 12, P6, separately as well, printer and toner cartridges.
Got it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I just want to point out that with respect to P3, just by tabling it, since the voting item would then not occur till May, if I'm understanding correctly, then it would just delay some schools to be able to have access to those particular resources between now and then. So that just the consequence of that move.
So when do the current contracts expire for those vendors?
Well, many of them are new vendors and many of them, so again, I'm not speaking of any specific work, but if a school wanted to, engage with one of those vendors, they would now likely need to wait until it's voted on.
Yeah, so since it's the pleasure of the board to table them.
Of course.
If there are currently vendors in place that schools can utilize, I think it would be important to obviously communicate that to them, but also advise them that there will be a vote by the board at the following meeting in regards to adding any additional. So, I mean, it doesn't prevent them from utilizing the existing services that are in place, right?
It prevents them if one of those vendors was not pre-qualified, which some of those people listed in that particular resolution are not pre-qualified, so it would prevent certain kinds of levels of activity for schools to work with in that case.
Yeah, so how many of these vendors are currently pre-qualified and being utilized by schools in our district?
I believe it's a little over half are new to the pre-qualification process.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I showed 12 here. So if we're saying a little over half, are we saying 7? Are we saying 8?
So I believe it's 5. Again, off the top, Newark Museum, NJPAC, American Reading Company, they have other opportunities to work with the district, but there's others on this list that are new.
So at a bare minimum, we know that our leaders of our schools can utilize these services from Newark Museum and NJPAC at this time until the board comes back and votes.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'm sorry, so what was the conclusion here? What's happening with P3?
We're going to move forward with the board's request. Once the motion is made, I think Dr. Perkins was just clarifying for us that obviously tabling it would be a delay into adding any additional vendors to this. We haven't made a motion yet as to whether or not the item will be tabled or not.
All right, so I would suggest that the board move forward with the program and instruction vote, and then we'll tackle the finance, Mr. Chair.
To do them as separate items?
Yeah, I think that might be cleaner. All right, if the board's in favor of that. Okay. Is there a motion to move the program instruction item? Just the one?
Move it.
Okay, that's Mr. Lewis. This is a motion just to vote on the one program instruction item. program instruction is only one item.
Second.
I think that's Mr. Jackson. All right, so this is a motion just to vote on the one field trip to program construction item. Moved by Mr. Lewis, second by Mr. Jackson. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. All right, now, as far as the finance, my understanding is number 5 is withdrawn. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, number 5 is withdrawn, and then the other items under consideration are 9, which is P3, 10, which is P4, and 12, which is P6. Did I get them all?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. What is the board's pleasure in dealing with those items?
Vote on them separately.
So you just want to move all items out and vote on
No,
separate?
those 3 that Arson just listed.
Okay.
And it is to my understanding that we're going to table P3? Okay.
What was, what was the motion on P3?
No motion's been made right now, but we're still deliberating on item number 9, which is P3.
Yeah, so finance 5 is withdrawn. How are we handling 9, 10, and 12?
So
10 and 12 should be voted separately. That's been clarified.
Okay.
Item P3, does the board want to move forward with tabling that item, or do we want to break that out and do a separate vote on the item?
I would like to make a motion to table.
Okay.
If I may, I'd like to suggest that, so let me just put this out there. I think that the item has been vetted, at least it was vetted very thoroughly in the Program and Instruction Committee. And in Finance. We did ask a lot of questions. We did request information. We did get information. And in particular, I know I had questions about those vendors that were new in terms of what they offered to the district. And from the discussion and the information that they were given, I and the committee were satisfied that, that they should be included at this time. And also, we did absolutely request that in the future that any new vendors or vendors that board members had questions about, that they actually come before the committee and present as had happened in the past. So the only thing that I would say is that these are programs that do directly impact on the students. So.
All right. So with that being said, I think it would probably be more appropriate to vote on that, to move forward with the vote and just vote it as a separate item so that if board members don't support that particular item, those votes can be made known.
Are you all right with that, Mr. Lewis? Because I don't want to be in contention on this issue. I just wanted to...
Are you okay with that, Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, we can vote.
Okay. So
So I would suggest, Mr. Chair, a motion to vote on items 1 through 4, 6 through 8, and 11 through 21. Is that right?
No. 11 and then 13 to 21.
Oh, 12 is out. That's right.
1 to 4.
Yes. General Counsel would like to give us a response about item number P6.
I clearly am not standing in Ms. Wilson's shoes, who could be much more eloquent and I think succinct here, but I just want to highlight it might be helpful information for the board about P6, and I think Ms. Jackson spoke about this in the audience, which are the toner cartridges. What I like to share is that what we're trying to do in the district is move to cooperative buying, but before we can get to that, what we have done successfully is try to get our service agreements reduced significantly and to actually funnel as much of the buying of our copy and printer machines centrally so that we can control the cost and deal with massive buying in groups. And I think, Ms. Jackson, you were speaking very eloquently about the ability, if you buy in, large supplies, you get a better deal. We recognize that. The reason I want to speak on this motion is that we have service contracts that we're obligated by law to pay for. Our agreements in the district, as all of you are aware, are 1 year because of state statute. What I wouldn't want us to fall into a problem area here is that Ms. Robinson, who oversees the procurement office, who reports directly to me, we have vetted, at least to the best of our ability, the purchasers of the vendors that provide our toners. Where we could have some difficulty, and I only present this for your consideration, I'm not making any decision, obviously, just to give you information, is that while we have ongoing service agreements, if we can't buy the actual cartridges, we're going to be losing money because the service agreements are attached to that. The other only part of that is that the vendors that actually provided a bid to us, as you see in the resolution, there are a number of vendors that were not responsive. These vendors that were responsive were vetted to the best of our ability. So I just would not want to leave the false impression that the number here does not speak to what I would submit respectfully, unfiltered vetting. It's simply that we're buying en masse to try to get a better cost. I hope that might be somewhat helpful for your deliberation.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have Finance 5 is out, 9, 10, and 12 vote on separate. So, right? So this is a motion to vote on items 1 through 4, 6 through 8, 11, 13 through 21.
Correct.
Is there a motion?
Motion made by Dr. McCreary. Do we have a second? Second,
Mr. Rashidi.
Mr. Rashidi.
Okay. Roll call. Again, this is moved by Dr. McCreary, second by Mr. Rashidi. This is for items 1 through 4, 6 through 8, 11, 13 through 21. Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Matias.
Yes.
Dr. McCreary.
Yes.
Ms. Perello.
Yes.
Mr. Rashidi.
Yes.
Mr. Salinger.
Yes.
Ms. Bashful-Richardson.
Yes.
Chair Hassan.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries. Those items are approved. We have to deal with 9, 10, and 12.
Is there a motion now to vote on item number 9, P3, solicitation number 8506?
Motion.
Mr. Jackson. Vice Chair Perrell.
Roll call vote, please.
This is item number 9, P3. Mr. Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Lewis.
Abstain.
Ms. Matias.
Yes.
Dr. McCreary.
Yes.
Ms. Perrello.
Yes.
Mr. Rashidi.
Yes.
Mr. Salinger.
Yes.
Ms. Bashful-Richardson.
Yes.
Chair Hassan.
Abstain.
Motion carries. Item 9 approved.
We now have a motion to vote on item number 10, P4, request for proposal number 8496.
Motion.
That's Mr. Jackson. Is there a second item, number 10?
Second.
Second, Mr. Rashidi. Roll call vote, please.
Can I speak to the motion?
Sure.
Before we vote? Okay, so I just have a question. So the vendor that this resolution would add to the pool of vendors is Wireless Generation Amplify of Brooklyn, New York. So basically, just for, I guess, my confirmation, is this, or does anyone know if this is the same Amplify company that we have been made aware of in the past that was, that the former Commissioner Chris Cerf was associated with? Do we know if this is the same company?
To my knowledge, it is, and I'll let Dr. Perkins give a response to that. I know that obviously our board has been very adamant about about not supporting or utilizing these services from this particular vendor. But if my memory serves me correctly, the district has already been kind of like going down the path with doing some internal work with this group already that dates back a few years. But Dr. Perkins can speak to that more.
To my knowledge, it is the same group. To be clear, much of the work that we've done is due to relationships that we've had with other programs that this particular company has then acquired. So, for example, we've done work around Core Knowledge, which was originally an independent company that was then acquired by this group, as is the case with other programs like Writers Express. So our interest is providing the best services to students and to schools. And in this case, they happen to have some of the services that they provide meet the qualifications and the criteria that have been reviewed objectively by our review process.
Are there any other questions from board members?
Okay, roll call.
Roll call vote, please.
Motion for item number 10, P4, moved by Mr. Jackson, second by Mr. Rashidi. Roll call, Mr. Jackson.
No.
Mr. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Matthias.
No.
Dr. McCreary.
No.
Ms. Perello.
No.
Mr. Rashidi.
No.
Mr. Salinger.
No.
Ms. Bashable Richardson.
No.
Chair Hassan.
No.
Motion fails.
Is there a motion to now vote on item P6, solicitation number 8505-449?
Motion.
If I may, just before the vote's called, if I could just draw the attention, the numbers that are listed there, please note that simply means it cannot exceed. It doesn't mean we're going to go anywhere near that number. So I don't want you to think that there's $362,000 worth of toner that's being purchased. It simply gives a threshold, all right?
Is there a motion to move finance item number 12, P6, toner?
Motion was made, but it wasn't seconded.
Who made the motion?
Mr.
Jackson, thank you. Second by Ms. Matthias.
Roll call vote, please. Actually, before we move on, we have a motion and a second. The floor is now open for discussion on this item, since we're voting on it separately, in case anybody has any additional questions.
So I know that this might have been asked a few minutes ago, but so there's no, is it accurate that there's no immediate harm to the district if this particular item does not pass, or is there any immediate harm to the district? What is the harm to the district, is what I mean, if this item does not pass?
I don't want to provide any erroneous information. I can't speak about if we are going to, where we are in the usage of toners. I wasn't prepared to have that fact pattern given. What I could submit is this, and if there is some harm, a fiduciary harm, and if this board does table it, for example, perhaps we could do a poll vote once Ms. Robinson were to inform me. That may be a possible alternative as opposed to, or actually, let me restate this. I would seek to ask respectfully for the board to consider, rather than calling for a vote, which you called to table it, let me answer that question for you, because I'm not the repository of the right information. If there is a detriment that can be articulated to you, we can provide that. And as the board has done very diligently previously, if there's a need for a vote in the intervening time, we can do the poll voting. Hopefully that might be acceptable as an alternative, so that we don't get into a situation that may be harmful. I just don't know the answer. I'm being very open and direct with you. If I had the answer, I'd give it to you.
So if the board does move in that direction, I would also, in addition to harm from not passing, what the alternatives are. I just think it's important that the entire board perhaps have more information on the entire scenario regarding this purchase.
What I can do, and if I had, the foresight to have thought it would be an issue tonight, obviously I'll have Stacey Robinson. I'll speak to her tomorrow. We'll get information to the board. I'm sure we can give as much, we'll give everything we have. We'll answer everything that I believe. I have a good sense of where the board's inquiry is here. It's my burden to answer the question so that I can get, hopefully, what would be a positive vote. But give me an opportunity to speak to Stacey. We'll email to you everything we can, everything we have, and everything that we can give you on the bidders, and then you can move from there. So I would again respectfully ask if you would not potentially create a harm by possibly voting on this tonight, and let me just give you that information. I'll get it to you within the next 36 hours.
All right, the motion has been made and it's been properly seconded. Are there any additional comments from board members?
If the maker of the motion would consider, I don't know what the process is.
Mr. Jackson, do you want to withdraw your motion?
or amend, whichever.
Yes, I will withdraw my motion to vote on the item.
Is there now a motion to table the item?
Yes, I'll make a motion to table the item.
Ms. Mathiasen, table?
Oh, yes, second.
Okay. So the prior motion to vote on item 12 has been withdrawn. There's now a motion to table the item, moved by Mr. Jackson, second by Ms. Tyus. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain?
Abstain.
Okay, that item passes. That item's tabled.
That ends our voting items for this evening. We will now move into public participation. For this section of public participation, we will be calling the names of speakers who are listed on our speakers list for this evening.
The guidelines previously read remain in effect.
Thank you. First speaker we have for this evening is Pedro Alcivar. Pedro Alcivar. Next speaker is Al Musab. Al Musab. Leah Owens. Leah Owens. Louis Lopez. Louis Lopez. James E. Harris.
I didn't see him.
Grace Sergio. Darren Martin. Denise Cole. Kathleen O'Prey.
Oh, she's here.
Kathleen O'Prey, 331 Academy Terrace, Linden, New Jersey. Good evening. I'm very concerned about the direction we're taking in the education of our youngest children. In order to have children perform better on tests, skills that were taught in 3rd grade are now taught in 2nd grade. 2nd grade skills in 1st grade, 1st grade skills in kindergarten, and kindergarten skills in pre-K. The pre-K convocation this year focused on making sure that our current pre-K students could pass tests in kindergarten. It seems we're focused on putting more importance on the results of a test than in helping children reach their full potential as lifelong learners. We are ignoring the research that says children-centered learning creates students who will continue their education. Quality takes time. We need to invest that time in our children. We need to build language skills and vocabulary. Research has shown that a 4-year-old lower economic child is exposed to 32 million less words than a higher economic child. We cannot make up for this exposure by replacing conversations with pencil and paper work. Our children need to be actively engaged in conversations that will expand their vocabulary. They need to hear literature from a variety of genre. Children have developmental stages they go through. It's important to crawl before you walk. If you teach a child to walk before they've mastered crawling, you take away time the child needs to develop eye-hand coordination. Children need to understand a group of 5 objects is always 5 objects before they can learn to add and subtract. We are teaching children to memorize skills rather than teaching them to understand skills. Children need to understand how to solve problems and challenges independently. Our children deserve long-term planning rather than a quick fix. Let them have the time they need to be children. Use child-centered curriculum that research has proven will benefit our children. They deserve to be in classrooms that were built for them in their neighborhood schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cynthia Wade. Brandon Rippey. Julissa Vasquez. After Ms. Vasquez would be Jamaria Jean-Renoir.
Good evening, Julissa Vasquez, Littleton Avenue. I just want to first start by saying that this is the Coquille paper. Supposedly, this is where we advertise, these meetings. But The only meetings that I've been looking at, they didn't advertise this one. They have the one for Belmont Runyon, Thursday, March 26th. We don't have the one here for today's day, so we have to probably be more aware to inform the community about these meetings so they could come out. I want to speak about this One North plan. I don't know how we could be able to, go by this. The superintendent's not getting it. We're not agreeing with this One North plan. This is being something that is coming from her, and she's not communicating well with the community. If she was to come out to meetings, because she states she's not coming out to meetings no longer because we disrupted and we complained, but we just want her to come out and understand that this is not planned, it's not right what she's doing. It's not fair for the students to relocate to other schools or close our school down. And mainly, this One North plan for me is mostly about charter schools. All you see about charter schools is they even advertise charter schools in commercials. I never ever in my life saw a commercial about North Public Schools, ever. So for her to advertise the charter school, you should be fair and advertise the North Public Schools because we have great schools. Let's talk about Candlestick School. The principal thought he was very slick when he was trying to tell the students from the 8th grade basketball team they were not going to take the part test. Even though that the parents signed the paper stating that they were going to refuse the test, he told them that if they was not going to take the test, that he was going to cancel the 8th grade basketball team. Well, guess what? They didn't take the test, so I'm very proud of them. Also, the Candlestick School basketball girls team and boys team, they had won the basketball game last week, so I'm proud of that. Let's talk about the gym teacher we have at Candlestick School. He is certified about 5 months. He is getting paid as a substitute teacher still. I don't understand why this principal is still not hiring him. Why is he not hiring this teacher that's qualified? Could we look into that? Could we also look into that? We have IEPs in Candlestick School that are being violated. We don't have RCO classes for these IEPs that are being violated. There's students that's supposed to be in RCO for 6th grade, and they're not being, their IEPs are being violated. Let's talk about that. He had called me about a week ago asking me that why I'm going to allow my son to attend the library. And I said, I don't allow him because there's bed bugs there. And I know because other parents had made me aware of that. He stated he was going to give me a letter, and this was like a week ago, giving me a letter that there was no bed bug. You know what he told me? Go ask the janitor. No, I'm asking you because you're the principal. I want the board members to please investigate this principal. He's not doing his job at Candlestick School. It's been 3 years. The test scores are still low. We need a new principal, please. We need a new principal as effective immediately. And one more thing before I leave. In University High School, they're locking the bathrooms, so when students come out to the hallway, they gotta look for the janitors because these bathrooms are being closed. So we have to investigate that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Whose preview does Camden Street School fall under?
Which superintendent network is that? Peter T. Tunanian.
Thank you.
Jamarius Nickerson, Jordan Waugh. I want to speak to 2 issues. The first being, as you go through this packet, about 3 or 4 of the pages that are taking up notify the public that personal aides, per diem personal aides, effective as of February 19, 2015, there's a host of them that have been terminated. And I want to know who made that decision in the talent office, because if you've ever taken any walk through any school in the city of Newark, you know that per diem personal aides are very well needed. That's an accommodation that we make for kids who have IEPs, for kids who have behavioral problems, a number of things. And the fact that a host of them have been fired says to me that someone made the decision who knows nothing about education. Because within that classroom, the teacher cannot make all of the accommodations and modifications that are necessary for those particular students who had those personal aides. And if these personal aides were fired, parents should have been notified that some of their kids no longer are going to have personal aides, because that also is a legal matter that has to be considered as well. Issue number 2 that I have is that we're doing a lot of firing, but no hiring. If you look through the packet, there's no instructional rehires or hires that are noted. So while we have this big pool of educators who are sitting there without a job, we need to get them into classrooms where they're actually teaching, where they're not doing bus duty, where they're not doing little menial tasks that they didn't go to school for. I take a big issue with that, because when we go into these schools, you see a lot of substitute teachers walking around the building who are certified, who went to school, who have master's degrees, and yet they're not teaching. Or they're not the teacher of record, should I say. And lastly, if I just might add that situation that occurred at Oliver Street School was a disaster concerning that student who died, had a health issue, and no one even tried to go to the home to figure out why the child was absent. No one tried to do any type of social or investigation concerning that issue that was happening that led to the death of a child from bacterial meningitis, to be specific. And then following that child's death, the proper procedures were not taken to ensure that the health of other kids were not put at risk. But nobody's talking about that. But yet it graced NJ.com and every newspaper that you can think of. So I just like to say, who's out of this board is going to take account for giving account to the public of what has been done to ensure that other kids who attend Oliver Street School are not being put in the risk of bacterial meningitis. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lewis.
I just want to say about the Oliver Street School. As chairman of operation, I was on the phone with Mr. Barton. The health department from the city and from the state was at Oliver Street School. They had multiple meetings with families and with the school, and every child had been checked, and every parent had been notified. So I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next speaker is Donna Jackson, followed by Lyndon Brown.
Good morning. Donna Jackson, 128 Smith Street. Now let's talk to some board business. The threats that have been made to parents and students in association with this park exam are not acceptable. I know some of you board members have been getting calls. Mr. Hassan, I understand from your email that you think Newark is park ready. And maybe in computer technology, in some places, we may be. But in terms of our children being prepared, they are not. You have children going home with headaches. You have children going home telling their parents they don't understand what the test is about. They don't understand the question. They don't understand how to figure it out, because there's so many questions that the answers aren't correct, even on the park exam. I think that we needed to be very careful when we engage in doing these kind of things to understand what's going on with our children when this happens. So now I'm not talking to you as board members. Now I'm talking to you as parents. When you have companies that are data mining our children's information, particularly those from Newark, New Jersey, not Newark, Delaware, not Newark at the other place, Newark, New Jersey, one of the high crime areas in the world. Although I live here and love it, but we know what goes on these streets. And when you now have children who have parents, grandparents, and siblings and others in their family who have engaged in illegal acts, that is now a part of their record. When you have children now that are accused of bullying, that may be doing it and may not be doing it, when you have children that fight in schools because we still don't understand what discipline is, so your child is suspended but not mine, when we have 5 children that are jumping on one child and the one child that got beat up is the child that's suspended, the other 5 get to go back to class, and this is regular practice. When we have teachers and students engaged in calling the teacher out of their name, putting their hand on the teacher and nothing is done, the teacher is the one who is vilified when the incident occurs, this is why we have to be concerned about Park. They've been data mining our children's information forever. So last Friday, they were looking at so many kids' Facebook page, the system crashed. And there were some children in South Jersey who were taking parts of the Park exam and putting it on their Facebook pages, and now Park Pearson is trying to incriminate these children because they call it sharing test data. If you know how many texts, emails that I have received talking about the idiot test, I guess they come into my house next. Bring it on. The homework that our children are now doing, it is associated and connected to this test that makes no sense. I understand why they're trying to force the public school children to do this, because this is aligned with the curricula that they have at the charter schools. So in closing, just let me say this. When we are moving this district forward, when we are talking about curriculum, I am appalled to hear that now in our preschool program, this board and our superintendent wants to increase playtime instead of instruction. I am appalled at that. I think there needs to be more structure instead of us going in telling people the kids need to have more playtime. I don't know who came up with that, but that's what staff in our early childhood areas have been instructed to do in the last 2 weeks. And finally, let me say this. If you do not sit up there and know that our special education department is so far in violation that it should be closed down itself. Everybody who works in 2 Cedar Street in special education should be fired immediately, be it staff or consultant. The child study teams in this district should just walk themselves out of their buildings and go to jail for what's going on with these children. And the people who sat back and rewrote almost every IEP for every child in this district illegally to put them in inclusion class where they are not learning one thing. And to culminate all of that, you sit up here tonight, we bought the ESL test and the special education test. Well, guess what? The regular ed kids haven't learned either with the package you bought either. The unfortunate piece in closing is this. Our children have learned absolutely nothing. I mean, not one educational thing this year, because we practice in park, take in park, practice in park, take in park, and we had the audacity to not only buy the midterm park, but we bought the final. So you telling me kids gonna be testing from now to June 1st, and then in the midst of our idiotness, we gonna take the NJ Ask in June? Are y'all serious? Testing doesn't prepare a kid for nothing. If we wanted robots, we would have made robot schools.
Ms. Jackson.
Our children should know how to test better, but that ain't life. Life is knowing how to work things out. And it ain't always gonna be on that computer. Thus now you got Facebook. Thus now you got the girl from New York who's famous with the McDonald's beating, and she's so crazy, y'all made me famous. We don't need to keep emulating that here. So there needs to be some serious conversation on this board about the changes that you're making. I don't want to see no increased playtime in grammar school. I want to see some increased learning. And it definitely doesn't belong in preschool, and we need to get it together. And you need to do a full investigation in the special education and what's going on with the termination and removal of school aids that are in children's IEPs, and that being removed without parental permission. Somebody is going to jail not only for that, before the other chick being paid while she ain't here.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next speaker is Mr. Lyndon Brown, followed by Ms. Wilhelmina Holder.
Good evening, Lyndon Brown, 220 South 6th Street, Newark. First, let me wish all the best to our departing board members. Thank you for your service to our community. I want to talk about the need for professional development for our administrators and our teachers in the district. You know, when you talk to administrators and you ask them why students haven't been on a class trip in 4 or 5 years, and they tell you it's because the teachers don't know how to align the Common Core standards with the field trip requests. That's lunacy to me. And I think there needs to be professional development at the school level, either provided by the district or by some schools who know how to fill out a field trip request. Hearing principals tell me that, it just is appalling to me. Children need out of classroom experiences, and they deserve to go out on field trips and see different parts of New Jersey and what this city and county has to offer as well. We also need professional development in cultural competency and in how to help our children through their grief. We've lost 3 or 4 students in this district over the past month. You send grief counselors to a school for a day, but after that day, what happens? Teachers need professional development and grief counseling as well. What happened at Luis Munoz Marin was a tragedy. Oliver Street, you know, I had to speak about the districts not adhering to our CDC regulations. You know, one custodian has to clean 22,000 square feet when they used to clean 17,000 square feet. So that means there are some toilets that are not being cleaned, some soap dispensers that are not being filled. So when kids contract bacterial meningitis or other diseases, I have to look at the district to make sure that school is clean. I'm certainly sure that the district went in when the health department came in to inspect to make sure the school was clean. But what happened prior to that? Our kids should have toilet paper, soap, running water. The seats should be clean. You know, an older student in the middle school possibly would know to lift the toilets seat, but someone who's 4 and 5 and 6 years old, they just run in those bathrooms and do what they do on a filthy toilet seat, and that needs to stop. We also need to review, and we need to revise, and we need to fully implement and enforce the Newark Public Schools discipline policy, because the bullying is going on in our schools. The school safety issues are just, you know, rampant. The gang violence. You may have saw on Channel 12 last week where a teacher was shot. A student brought a gun to school at 13th Avenue School, shot the art teacher with a pellet gun. The teachers and staff didn't know anything about it until they went home and saw it on the news. The teacher had no staff meetings. She did not send any letters home to the parents. She did not have an email going out. The teachers and staff were very concerned about that. And tonight, when we had our budget meeting, we talked about school safety. I had to have 4 or 5 teachers escort a teacher out because I brought the issue up about school safety and the budgeting, and making sure there's more items. You know, I don't know who's hiring some of our first-year teachers, but they really need training in cultural competency and how to deal with parents and community as well. Because to have someone get irate and have to be escorted out because you ask questions about the school budget is just lunacy. Our college and career readiness really needs revamping. Our high school students are not ready for college. They're not getting the exposure to colleges and field trips. There is a college fair at the Meadowlands, April 22nd. I'd like the district to provide buses for every high school junior and senior to go, if possible. So it's a 3-day event. So if you can't go on April 22nd, the 21st and 23rd are also days that the students can go. But we need to expose our children to colleges and other organizations and institutions of higher learning. And thank you for our board member service. Again, we appreciate you and wish you well in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next speaker is Ms. Wilhelmina Holder.
Good evening. I want to also reiterate thanks to the board members who are departing, Dr. McCurry, Daniqua Matthias, for the services they rendered thus far. Wilhelmina Holder, 152 Midland. I am very disappointed. I've sent emails to the board members, of course, but tonight and today we're getting calls from parents all over about budget meetings that are being held in the schools. While that's a good thing, the bad thing is there are children in more than one school, so the parents like, well, what school do I go to? How do I make the decision? The board has to do a better job in terms of allowing for the parents to be able to attend the schools that their children attend to get the information they need. The other issue is that when we go to budget meetings, I've been to 3 thus far, there's no handout. There's nothing but a conversation that's directed at you. There's no real conversation, no real dialogue. There's a presentation in which the community or the parents were a part of, and that has to stop, because if you're talking about empowering the parents and also having an honest conversation and moving forward as a district, then everybody has to be at that table. So you can't schedule a budget meeting across the district on the same night knowing that parents have more than one child in different schools. The other issue is, and of course this is a stickler, is the graduation rate in Newark. Since this superintendent's been here, this has just been awful in terms of who's graduating and the average GPA. We have 2 large high schools, relatively, and between the 2 of them, we don't have 200 children graduating. Not 200. 250 students on roll at Westside, 88 plus 3 are graduating, and 2 of the 3 must attend summer school to do so. The answer given, when asked, was that children were taking classes that were not required for graduation. Can you believe that's the explanation that was given? Does anyone find that acceptable? So who should be held accountable? First, we don't have enough authentic certified guidance counselors. We have advisors who have not gone to school and got their masters and certificates for counseling. They've just been put in there by Cammie Anderson and the others who feel this is one way to save money on the backs of our children. So we don't have real authentic people who can help our children along the process, number one. Number two, when are these credit audits done? In the case of Barringer, where we have the 35 children graduating, 35, and the counselor said there's 35. Holden, you're on point. How do you know all of this? Doesn't matter how I know. The point is, this board has known about this all year. And I think Baskerville said it best last week, and nobody cares enough to realize a crime has been committed. How are these children going to be compensated? What is the average GPA? Did you bother to follow up on those conversations? Where are these children going? What happens to those children who are not graduating? How are we going to compensate them? And I don't mean with online courses. We need some real, authentic teaching and learning going on. And when we're talking about coming together as a community and meeting the needs of these children, especially the special needs children, I keep going to the presentations and hoping that the conversation is different and it's the same no matter what school you go to. We're going to include the children. Inclusion. There's been too much of children being tagged and labeled special needs. While I can concur with some of it, but I cannot agree with most of it. Because what you're doing on the backs of these children is saving dollars at the expense of the children. Children need more support, not less support. We don't need one special ed teacher circulating among 4 and 5 classrooms. We need teachers working together. We need team teaching over a period of 3 years. Ms. Baskerville knows that's the best way, that's the best practice, when you have a team teacher over a cohort of 3 years so that the teacher knows the students and the students know the teacher and the parents know the teacher and the students. That's the best practice. We are not moving in that direction. I don't care what Dr. Perkins tells you. We are not moving in that direction. And we need to know next year, when you reorganize next month, we want to be part of that conversation because we can bring resources to the table as well. West Side, you're going to see a different dynamic up there because the parents have decided to step up, and they're going to be stepping in. And we hope you will support us in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sean Williamson. Cheryl Crawford. Ms. Dodd. Thank you.
Cheryl Crawford, 320 South Harrison Street, East Orange, New Jersey, retired Newark teacher. A few weeks ago, I received a phone call telling me that one of the principals in our district demoted her vice principal, and put her back into the classroom because she didn't like her. Why did I receive the phone call? Because when that principal was assistant superintendent, she did the same thing to me. I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and she and my principal didn't like me. An investigation was held at the board and found out that because of my union activities, I was being punished. She put me back into the classroom. This is a tyrant. We have too many tyrants in our district, not just the superintendent, but administrators. Children are being intimidated, adults are being intimidated. I don't like you, put you back in the classroom. I called my pastor when it was happening to me. I was crying because I received a letter, certified letter. My building sent it back to the board because they knew I was in the hospital, unconscious, telling me because of my attendance, I was being put back into the classroom because of my attendance. I have a disability. That was against the law. My pastor told me, let's pray and then call your lawyer. I did that. I did that. Yes, I got my back pay, I was restored, but I came out. I came out because it was horrible. And because of that, I want to leave the board a little something that I have learned over the years. In 1849, Frederick Douglass said these words, and I quote, "Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. Find out just what people will submit to, and you have found out the exact amount of injustice and wrong which will be imposed upon them. And these will continue until they have resisted either with words or blows or both. These limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they suppress." That's Frederick Douglass in the 1800s. Malcolm X said in the 20th century, by any means necessary. Gandhi and Martin Luther King was an example, role models for us. I don't advocate blows, but we need to do something to get this lady out of our district and to get principals and administrators who are tyrants over their children and over their teachers, their staff. They have to go. We have to do something about all this mess in this district. We need to start doing what Martin Luther King did, what Gandhi did. There are role models. We need to take buses down to Trenton. We need to boycott. We need to do something, because this is ridiculous. This time of education, our children need to be educated. They do not need this mess going on in their schools.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Next speaker is Theodore Sanders. Michelle Brown. Janice Reedus. Lucius Jones. Please set the timer for 5 minutes to accommodate Mr. Jones.
Lucius Jones, 224 Richelieu Terrace. You know, I Wilhelmina thanked board members who chose not to run again this year. I also want to thank them. Daniqua and Dr. McCurry, I think you served honorably, and I think you were in a very difficult situation being an employee of a charter school, but you came here and you served the children, and I thank you for that, service. I say to this board that I served as a student under Dr. Sally, who was superintendent of public schools, Mr. Campbell, Marion Bolden. And I'm gonna tell you, when Marion Bolden was superintendent of Newark Public Schools General Counsel, me and her didn't always get along. We didn't always get along. She was, I was one of the only parents kicked off of the Parent Advisory Council. One of the only ones. But you know what? We had a level of respect because she thought she was about dignity of the district. She was about children that went to this district, that were in college, that they would be able to come back during the summer and being able to work for the district. But we're in a new state of mind here. One state of mind that we're in is that all of a sudden, in the 20th century, white folks have decided they're going to be the civil rights leaders of the black neighborhoods. White folks have all of a sudden decided that they can come here and they say, we're going to raise these children up, we're going to educate kids. What's behind the scenes? So when I sat down and I met Tiffany Hardridge, Tiffany was a very savvy lady. She was a very savvy lady. But I said, I'm gonna give her a chance, okay? But something corrupted her. It corrupted her to a point where she was pushed to do more with her schools when she wasn't even ready to do it. And the point is that she began to do some things that were not ethical, like saying that the PTO president pushed her when when he didn't, and deciding that she's not even going to show up to court to defend it after sending him to jail, after putting his wife through that. Can you imagine that woman, his wife, what she went through? But we didn't think, and his kids who were not allowed to see him in school, around the building, and then she just leaves. Not only did she decide to leave, she decides to leave and be in 2 districts at the same time, working for the city of Newark, making $14,583 while she is in Arkansas making the same amount of money. I know that for a fact. Because there was a coordination between the politicians and the parents down in that, where she's working at now, and Newark, because we said, how does she work in 2 places, getting 2 paychecks? She must be on a very fast plane. They stole from the kids. Not only that, Cammie Anderson decided her executive assistant did the exact same thing. That's what you guys are going to get the next report about, is that she has decided to give her friends special privileges. She has decided to take our money, the taxpayers' monies of the state of New Jersey, and do whatever she wants to do with it in the name of educating our kids. In addition to coming up with this scam, and this is what the scam is. She is going to balance this year's budget, board members, on the backs of special needs kids. How is she going to do that? She's created something in New York. It's called the consultant model. What the consultant model is, very simply, you hire one special needs teacher. You call the class inclusion, integrated financing. You integrate the finance with general ed, special ed. But that special needs teacher, that one, serves 5 classrooms. That one special needs teacher serves 150 kids. They're not assisting kids, they're assisting teachers. Board members, do you see a problem with this? Do you see that we're gonna have kids in the classroom that teachers can't manage? Do you understand what she's trying to do to the district? I want you to imagine what a teacher's gonna go through trying to educate children. And I close with this before you say something, Brother Hassan. How many children does it take, or how many students does it take to disrupt a classroom? One. So you can imagine what's going to happen when those students who are frustrated with a subject decide that they're going to act out. And so I say to this board, think seriously about the budget, because you are setting the tone to hurt the most neediest kids, the most neediest of our population in the district. You're going to hurt children that are the most neediest, and you need to be very cautious with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. The next speaker is Maureen Robinson, Belinda Jackson, Veronica Branch, and after Ms. Branch, we have Ms. Kathleen Witcher.
Good evening, Veronica Branch, 121 Leslie Street.
Good evening.
First, I want to address the presentation that was given tonight. We need a hard copy of the presentation. This presentation was done very poorly, very difficult to follow. So we would like a hard copy so we can see and clear in the volume that was here tonight. The sound quality was very poor as well. I want to address Hawthorne Avenue. Hawthorne Avenue is out of control. You had 2 shootings in the area, not 1 lockdown. You have 2 vice principals on staff there that do not know what is going on. If the principal at Hawthorne Avenue is no longer in place, when is the district going to inform the parents of the children that go to that school? The 8th grade class at Hawthorne Avenue, out of control. The 8th grade teacher, Fryer, needs to go. If he cannot handle the children at the 8th grade class, he doesn't need to be there. Also, back to reinstating Bregar. We missed the ball on this. We need that school reinstated back to the community. You still have these children walking several or more blocks to get to Hawthorne Avenue without your safe passage. There's no security. You have grown men fighting in front of Hawthorne Avenue School, no security. Nobody is on post in the morning because we don't have a principal. Nobody's on post in the morning at Hawthorne Avenue. When is that going to be addressed? Also, with the opt-out issues, parents that are opting their children out, it's happening at many schools, specifically Bard High School. No, the vice principal should not be calling parents asking them why their children are opting out. Once you hand in the form, no questions asked. You have that right. Also, the testimania that's going on, no child should fail this school year, not one, because you have not been providing instruction to these children for the entire year. All it has been, let's prepare for the park, let's prepare for the park. Not one child should fail this school semester. And also, the children that were able to used to make perfect attendance, they can't now because they have to travel so far to get to school. So the district needs to put something in place for these children to have these attendance records rectified, because these children can't make it to school because the weather's so bad, the streets not clean, the sidewalks not clean because of abandoned buildings, and the kids cannot get to school. So that needs to be rectified. And also with the curriculum, since we don't have one, the grades, because you're failing children and you're failing them incorrectly because you haven't provided instructions to these kids. So that needs to be handled as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branch. Next speaker is Ms. Kathleen Witcher.
Kathleen Witcher, 80 Johnson Avenue. I'm talking for the Alumni Association, Southside Malcolm X Shabazz High School, and for the State Education Committee of the NAACP, who are scheduled to meet with Superintendent Anderson on April the 8th. For the record, just wanted to say that starting 2009, we had an erosion and a lack of delivery of the insurance of our children's legal right to thorough and deficient education in the Newark Public Schools. As many have spoken tonight, starting with Dr. Clifford Janey and continuing to Cammie Anderson, we've had 18 Newark Public Schools closed. At Shabazz High School, of course, for the record, we are going to be getting another principal, and we want to have an immediate meeting, for the record, with Superintendent Anderson to discuss that. But continuing, there has been irreparable harm done to this school district. There has been a creation of health and safety hazards. If you just examine our school building at Malcolm X Shabazz High School, you will note that this comes under old and crumbling buildings. The same thing I already mentioned about establishing CDC. You want to be very careful that it doesn't come like School Construction Corporation. You want to look into what the Education Law Center is saying about the School Development Authority and their bogus calendar of scheduled renovations and repairs to buildings in the district that are well over 80 years old. We want to look at the lack of staff to service the buildings, the underfunding of the schools. Malcolm X Shabazz High School is lacking $300,000 from when Bard Academy was sent there, and another $200,000 is being taken from the school budget for the coming year. Yet, when asked to meet the required increased enrollment, increased graduation rate, increased student performance, the principal, Mr. Mills, did all of that, yet we are still threatened by, oh, the school should be closing. Want to ask this school board to look into why the Newark Public Schools is the only district in New Jersey exempted from and waived from the Regional Achievement Center. That would help with the remediation and the moving forward of academic success and all other aspects of teacher training. And last, I want to mention that come April, next month, this will be the third year of the lack of compliance with special ed mandates. You want to go, please, school board members, to the Education Law Center to look about the federal mandate and the monitoring of lack of compliance with special needs. That certainly can't be allowed to continue. And when meeting with Commissioner David Hespy in December 2014, he indicated, well, I sent 3 people to work with the mandate for compliance with special needs. However, they were not certified either. That can contrast with what you're reporting in your overall report, and I also question how they arrived at perfect scores for CUSAC when in fact you can see that children's performance, academic performance, the financial picture of the Newark Public Schools certainly is demanding of more work. And last, we would ask that since Ms. Anderson is AWOL, like if we were on a job and we didn't show up, she needs to be let go from this district right away. Enough has been destroyed of Newark Public Schools. We do not need any further destruction in terms of the quality of education delivered to our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richmond. Next speaker is James Cook.
Good evening. My name is James Cook, Vice President of the Southside Shabazz Alumni Association. Like Ms. Wisher said, we have some concerns about the future of Malcolm X Shabazz High School. Mr. Jamar Mills is on his way out the door. We don't know who's coming in. Like she said, there's been cuts in the budget. We lost a junior ROTC program. We lost an auto body shop. We lost a culinary arts program. There were 100 kids who tried to get in last year were told they couldn't get in. Why? Because of lack of staff. So we're concerned. And as it stands right now, you have some staff in Shabazz who are genuinely concerned about their future, and kids who are concerned about losing a leader who's been there for them the last 4 years. And as the Alumni Association, we want to be a part of that process to bring the right person in. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Hope Jackson. David Gary. Diva Anderson. Diane Kudo. Deborah Gregory. And following Ms. Gregory, the last speaker for this evening is Sheila Montague. And for board members, the name's not on the list, but Ms. Jones explained to me that there was an issue and that Ms. Montague should have been added to the speakers list.
Deborah Smith Gregory, Newark Branch NAACP 454 Washington Street. The report that the advisory board gave, I just need to comment on a couple of things. With the Program and Instruction Committee, you talked about increasing the high school graduation rates, and yet the student representative is speaking of only 35 students graduating from Barringer High School out of 235. You talked about the board said that the attendance has declined, and yet with a recent Oprah about the attendance for the Newark district, it said that there was 100% attendance. And then there was a little bar that said that the scores may be inflated because of how the default is set at present automatically. You have 5 pages of instructional, non-instructional per diem terminations, which would confirm what Lucius Jones said about special needs. And board, when you gave your presentation, it was a lot of data, but I submit to you that behind the data, there's faces. So these 5 pages of per diem, non-instructional per diem that have been terminated, those are people probably living in Newark who also have special needs children. So before you go where Anderson has gone, where it doesn't mean anything to you, you're just spewing the data and just looking at the numbers. These are people. It's just like when you said on your presentation about the equivalency. Oh yeah, well we're going to confirm the waiver. I agree with Freeholder Richardson. You can't just co-sign a waiver because you're being told that these people are being in that pool and they don't have any worth. They've been misplaced, but yet $235 million are spent on consultants. So I submit to you that Newarkers have a right to work. And all of these non-instructional per diems, they have a right to work. If the district is concerned about the governance and the return to local control, then you also need to be concerned about the fact that Superintendent Anderson needs to be terminated. Everything that you're hearing here, these are people that are actually giving you the faces. These are people who are telling you about Hawthorne Avenue School. You should be concerned about what happened to the principal at Hawthorne Avenue School, because that's the same principal who was suspended because he spoke out, and then he was reinstated. So you have to be vigilant and put some faces to all of this destruction.
Thank you. The next speaker, last speaker for this evening, Sheila Montague.
Hello, everyone. I haven't been here in a long time because actually just a personal decision. I decided to just boycott this because I thought it was really disrespectful a long time ago when Cammie Anderson decided not to come anymore. And this is way too deep and personal for me, so I just stopped coming for a while. But the reason why I'm here tonight is because I noticed that on social media, she has scheduled to do not a 1, but a 2-hour show/interview with 2 people that are not even residents from the city of Newark. And I personally think that's beyond disrespectful because I personally have reached out to her via email to try, since she says that people are so disrespectful at the meetings. So I scheduled to set up a meeting with her to talk to her, and I didn't think that she would return it. But not only didn't she return it, as I actually went downtown to turn in my petition to run for school board, she actually saw me and contacted security to let them know that I was by her office because I had to come past her office to turn in my paperwork. Right now, what we're dealing with is a civil rights issue. This is not something that can be intellectualized. It's not something that can be rationed away by spewing data and other needless things. And I could go into a plethora of things, but I don't have to because it's all been said tonight. It's been said this year, last year, over and over repeatedly. My only question that I have for you tonight, what has been the barometer? What is the measurement of what she has done? We know that the schools have been dismantled, and I'm standing here, and I'm even more appalled than I was before I came. I'm hearing about Shabazz, a school that I went to, a school that even as a little girl, I couldn't wait to get to. I've literally cried tears at night because when I walked past my school, I had to go to see it for myself to believe it. They actually have Malcolm X Shabazz picture up there saying, "By any dreams necessary." That was not the man's quote. So you mean to tell me you take away from me my opportunity to teach the young people in this community who look like me, you take away the opportunity that I have to fight effectively for my schools and for my people, because again, this is a means of oppression. And you guys sit here and I see people talking and turning your head. It's like you become numb to the situation that's going on. And this is a travesty. It's a horrific situation. And if you think for 1 minute that you're not gonna have to be held accountable for what's going on here today, you're sadly mistaken. Giants do fall. My request to you today is basically that you reconsider this calmness that you have, you reconsider the decisions that you're making. To McCreary and Daniqua, sorry to see you go. Hopefully you'll still do some work in the community. And for the rest of you, you're gonna have to answer and be held accountable for your decisions. And silence is consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, there are no further speakers. We're now moved on to our old and new business. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lewis and Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Chair, just 2 things. One, our state-of-the-art track field at Shabazz High School. It was brought to my attention by some parents that the students are being bused to school stadium. I just need the Action District to give us a reason why the students are not using Shabazz track field. And also I wanted the special education department to give our program and instruction committee a response on the education law center report, saying that our children in social need are still not being evaluated effectively. I know this has been an ongoing problem, That's why I've been always against, us laying off guiding our special need teachers or even touching that department. But it's just I'm just appalled that this report came out and we haven't heard nothing from our special education department concerning a corrective action plan on how they plan on fixing this. I asked the chairwoman for program instruction. She says she haven't received the report. So I just believe that the board is due a report at this time when this have already been put out in the public. That our special education department is not doing what they're supposed to do.
Mr. Lewis, in regards to that report, there was supposed to be a formal review of that report. It was supposed to be conducted at the Program and Instruction Committee meeting last month. Is that correct, Ms. Matthias?
It was scheduled to be conducted this month, but Dr. Kastman didn't show up.
So we did, as a board, the committee did its due diligence in pushing forward to make sure that we were set up for that to occur. And I also requested from the district administration a copy of the detailed report that the state actually provided. And I'll make sure that I'll circle back and make sure that we get that as a part of this Friday's board package.
Okay. And also, we usually have by this time, I know, my 6 years of being on board, we usually have this time a breakdown on our seniors, who's on the right track to graduate, what's the plans on getting those who are not on track to graduate to get on track. And we haven't received that yet, but yet we have, I have parents calling from various schools saying that they're having meetings and they're being told that not even half of the class is on the right track to graduate. And I just need to know what's the corrective action plan from the schools in the district on how we're going to get our students on the right path to graduate.
So I would ask that we defer that to our Program and Instruction Committee if we can make a formal request so that that information can be disseminated to all board members in the weekend packet. And then from that point, I guess we could determine what the next steps would be, because obviously not every school in the district would obviously fall under that circumstance. But
If I may, Mr. Chair, when Mr. Menendez made his report, I did reach out to the appropriate district administration to ask for a full assessment of graduation rates.
yes. And as I mentioned to Mr. Mendez earlier, by no means did myself as chair or any other board members look to overlook that, but that's not information that we had on hand this evening to speak to any data. And I don't know if that would have been in the best interest to open up and have a discussion with us, not having a report as Mr. Lewis just mentioned. Anything else, Mr. Lewis?
Oh, no, that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things were addressed tonight. Mr. Lewis touched on the high school issue, and Mr. Ramon Melendez from our student rep addressed that an alarming number of only 35 students out of 250 will be graduating from Behringer. With the list of seniors being on track throughout the district, I believe that we should form some type of emergency meeting, maybe a special committee in terms of graduation preparedness. The graduation at Behringer particularly and throughout the district has been an issue for quite some time. And in fact, there was an issue when I was a student in the district. So fast forward 5 years later, the condition hasn't improved. So I think we need to move expeditiously on that. Also, a couple of parents came up tonight to speak about schools threatening and pushing towards punitive actions against students and families who opt out of PART. It was to my understanding that we passed a resolution giving the families the option to opt out and no punitive or negative actions being taken against them. the incidents explained to me, not only at this meeting, but in passing in, families giving us information. The threats have been borderline harassment or harassment itself. And as we all know, harassment is illegal, threatening is illegal. So I would recommend that we look into those claims. And if, in fact, schools are not following our resolution or following district policy, the correct action needs to be taken place against that person or administrator or whomever is it. Just a couple of things that we touched on. I just want to make sure we get everything. Malcolm X Shabazz High School. I became aware recently that the current principal at Malcolm X Shabazz High School is moving on to another district, and that next year we don't know who the administrator is. I'm also requesting through our program and instruction committee, we find out what the next process is to hire the principal. I know traditionally the school's SLC committee would have an interview people for the position. I don't know if that's taking place or if that school even still has a SLC committee. So we need to look in that as well. And I believe that's it.
I will respond to the opt-out piece. You're obviously absolutely right. We as a board passed a resolution supporting that and honoring the wishes of parents and community members if they exercise their right to have their children opt out. For any board members that have any specific details, we need that information as well to move forward. Like we say, an instance happened at school X where a child was threatened or a family member was threatened. We do need that information, not to be displayed publicly, but obviously internally, so that we could look into those matters thoroughly and efficiently.
Right. So I will just want to make this public. Parents, students, if you want to report this incident, please feel free to contact me. My email is in the agenda item. If not, you can reach me on my cell, 862-214-4376. Again, that number is going to be 862-214-4376.
You realize everybody on TV has that now too, right?
It's public information, and plus that number is the district's phone. So
yeah.
No additional.
Any other, Mr. Sillinger?
I just want to say I'm ashamed that the young man over here got all this information and we can't get no information from, from the board, from anybody. He's getting it. How come we ain't getting it? Something's wrong there.
Yeah, so I think we ought to ask where you got it from.
I attended the budget meeting at the school. I was aware by one of the parents at the school at that time, and she was telling me that she would like to have me attend this budget meeting to see what's going on so I can put it out here for today's meeting.
I guess I'm going to have to start calling him for information because we ain't getting nothing from the schools. Really, it's just it's a shame.
Any other old or new business from our board members?
I just would like to say thank you to my board colleagues. It was a pleasure to serve with you over these past 3 years. Thank you to my former president, my current president, for helping to acclimate me to the process and getting me steered in the right direction. And although I am taking a break now, and I hope to come back soon and join you on the board, but I will continue to advocate for our children as a parent of a Newark Public Schools student. Thank you.
So, echoing the same sentiments of community members, we want to thank Mrs. Matthias and also Dr. McCreary for their service and dedication serving on this Newark Board of Education. Wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors, and we always welcome your support and your input as we move forward and try to improve our district. Want to remind community members that the Newark Public Schools budget hearing will be held this Thursday, March 26, 2015, at Belmont Runyon Elementary School. And the start time for the budget hearing is 6 p.m. Again, the budget hearing will occur this Thursday, March 26, 2015, at Belmont Runyon Elementary School, and the start time for the budget hearing is 6 p.m. If there's no further...
Yes, I'd like to put a motion on the floor. So I would like to make a motion that this board, via the chair, send a letter to Governor Crispy, Commissioner Hespy, Robert J. Cicchino, Director of Office of Fiscal Accountability and Compliance, and to Superintendent Anderson, urging her presence at the April reorganization meeting, where we will also address the issue of the report on the investigation of Tiffany Hardrick.
Duly noted. I will have that letter typed up tomorrow by 12 p.m.
Thank you. So we don't need a motion.
Second. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
That was Mr. Jackson.
I mean, y'all ain't need the motion, but...
This is a motion for the board via Chair Hassan to send a letter to the various officials named by Ms. Baskerville Richardson to urge the attendance of the superintendent at the April meeting. It's second by Mr. Jackson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Carries.
Can we also have added in that motion that we also have Chief Talent Officer present at that meeting as well?
Yes. So I want to let the board know, it was requested, this is not a new request, it was requested by Ms. Baskerville Richardson at the last meeting, and I did make that request via the weekly call that I have with the superintendent, and then Friday was when notification came to the district that the state had in fact approved the district's request to extend their presentation of that and the corrective action plan. So I will make sure that that letter is drafted tomorrow by 12 p.m. I will send it to all board members via email. Please be on the lookout for it and provide any feedback or recommendation. I don't want to have to hold on to the letter and let it linger beyond tomorrow so that it can be sent off appropriately as the board has just decided.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If there's no other older new business, do we have a motion for adjournment?
Move it.
Mr. Jackson, second. And then Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain?
Meeting
Motion carries.
adjourned.
Meeting
Thank you.
adjourned. Good night.
Thank you, community members, for coming out tonight. Thank you.